सुप्रभात एवं सादर नमस्कार। आदरणीय विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, सम्मानित अधिकारियों, आमंत्रित वक्ताओं एवं उपस्थित सभी साथियों को 41वें क्रिस स्थापना दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। आज का यह अवसर केवल हमारे संगठन के एक और गौरवपूर्ण वर्ष का उत्सव नहीं है, बल्कि नवाचार, तकनीकी उत्कृष्टता तथा भारतीय रेल के डिजिटल भविष्य के प्रति हमारी अटूट प्रतिबद्धता का भी प्रतीक है। यह समारोह हमें अपनी सामूहिक उपलब्धियों पर गर्व करने, प्रेरणादायी विचारों का आदान प्रदान करने तथा भविष्य की नई संभावनाओं की ओर आत्मविश्वास के साथ अग्रसर होने का अवसर प्रदान करता है। Today's seminar on Governance in the Age of AI, Transformation from Digital Enterprise to Intelligent Network makes this occasion even more meaningful by bringing together eminent leaders from industry and academia to deliberate on the transformative role of artificial intelligence in shaping the future of governance. On behalf of the entire CRIS family, I extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests. Your gracious presence has added immense dignity and significance to this memorable occasion. I request all our distinguished guests to please come to the dais. Welcome, everyone. I request MD sir to please escort all our guests to the dais, please. Okay, I'll go there. Yes. DG RPF, Ms. Sonali Mishra ji, Member Operations and Business Development, Dr. Manoj Singh ji, Secretary Railway Board, Shri R. Mohan Raja ji, Director, IIM Lucknow, Professor MP Gupta ji. I welcome everyone, please. Mr. Devendra Kumar ji, Additional Member Traffic, please welcome to the dais, sir. इस शुभ अवसर पर हम अपने माननीय अतिथियों का स्वागत हरित पौधे भेंट कर करेंगे। हरित पौधे विकास, नवजीवन और सतत प्रगति का प्रतीक हैं। Just as these plants thrive and branch out, may CRIS continue its journey of innovation, excellence and achieve even greater milestones. मैं माननीय प्रबंध निदेशक महोदय से विनम्र अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे हमारे सभी विशिष्ट अतिथियों को हरित पौधे भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करें। DG RPF, Ms. Sonali Mishra ji. Member Operations and Business Development, Dr. Manoj Singh ji. Secretary Railway Board, Shri R. Mohan Raja ji. Mr. Devendra Kumar, AM Traffic. Professor MP Gupta, Director, IIM Lucknow. Thank you, sir. We shall begin further proceedings with invocation of the Supreme Almighty. I warmly invite my esteemed colleagues to present the Ganesh Vandana.
वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि। चतुराय गान प्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुक मनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे धर्म सदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्र परित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्ड खण्डकाया काया गीत साराय गीत तत्वाय गीत गोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजय प्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि।
Asto ma sadgamaya, tamso ma jyotirgamaya. From darkness to light, symbolizing the pursuit of knowledge and innovation, I now respectfully invite our distinguished dignitaries to kindly inaugurate the event by lighting the ceremonial lamp. All directors and GMs are also requested to please join us in lighting the lamp.
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते।
सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति।
Thank you, everyone. May I respectfully invite Honorable Managing Director CRIS, Shri GVL Satyakumar Sir, to kindly take the proceedings forward.
A very good morning to everyone. Yeah. To respected Member Operations and Business Development, Shri Manoj Singh sir, our DG RPF ma'am Sonali Mishra ma'am, Secretary sir R Mohan Raja sir, I am Lucknow Director Shri Professor MP Gupta ji, and our beloved additional member traffic Devendra Kumar sir, and all the dignitaries who have gathered here on the occasion of the 41st Foundation Day of CRIS. First of all, let me tell you that it's a matter of great privilege and deep satisfaction that I welcome all of you to celebrate this 41st Foundation Day. In any conference where I normally go, I normally start with a question where the audience is normally not non-railway. And I ask them, do you know about Indian Railways? And you guess what the answer could be. Almost around 100% of the hands would go up. At the same time, the next question which follows is, do you know what CRIS is? There's hardly almost a silence like what we find here. I mean, but let me tell you that this particular organization has been silently transforming the way Indian Railway works over the last 4 decades. In fact, Indian Railway needs no introduction. I think we all know it is the 4th largest rail system in the world with around 70,000 route kilometers, 130,000 track kilometers. We run almost around 10,000 passenger trains, 8,000 freight trains. We carry almost around 4.6 million tons of cargo every day, transport around 20 million passengers. And we carry this throughput with almost a staggering 70,000 coaches, 3.5 lakh wagons, around 20,000 plus locomotives. And the employee strength is around 1.4 to 1.5 million. But just to think of how this entire gigantic network was being operated around 4 decades back. It was all about totally on manual systems before computerization started. In fact, just to take you back to 1986, there was absolutely no computerization on Indian Railway. And then came CRIS. In fact, railways were the first to introduce computers in the country for the first time in 1986 when the IBM mainframes came for the ticketing systems, and the evolution of the IT on Indian Railways started. But as you can see in this graphic here, you can find that for the first part of 2 decades, 1986 to 2006, computerization on Indian Railway was largely confined to ticketing systems and a small part of freight operations. But as we stand today, the last 2 decades, 2006 to 26, as we stand here, there is almost no function of the railway which is not digitized or automated. So much so that we almost have around 104 applications across different functions of the railway. To make sense of the number of applications we run, we categorize them into 5 main categories. Like any other business organization, the revenue generating applications like your ticketing systems, the freight operation systems, the core operations, just like the industry has the control charts and the entire process flow diagrams and monitoring systems. We have our control office mechanisms, not very dissimilar to how air traffic control operates. And to run any business, you require assets. And for us, assets, we classify them as fixed assets and the rolling assets. Fixed assets are tracks, signal traction, and the rolling assets are the coaches, wagon, locomotives. The entire asset life cycle of these assets, right from induction to the repair and maintenance cycles up to the condemnation, are all digitized and automated as we stand today. Just like any other organization, finance, HR, and procurement systems form the core backbone behind which the entire operations are carried out. We have digitized 100%. In fact, you can proudly say that there is not a single tender which is manual which goes on as on date. Entire revenue expenditure of around 3.5 lakh crore and an equivalent around 2.5 lakh crore of capital expenditure are all transacted through the IT systems. And all this is done silently by that entity called CRIS, Center for Rail Information System, which is behind the operation of these mammoth systems. So it's a real matter of pride that we have all our engineers here, and we are really honored to have the guests in front of us who have gathered here to grace the occasion, because lying in this diagram are both the strengths and weaknesses of the evolution of the IT systems. Just to reiterate, CRIS was formed in 1986 with a mandate to design, develop, deploy, maintain the entire IT applications for Indian Railways. And it has carried out this job very honorably in the last 4 decades and solved almost every problem which the railway threw at it at different points of time. Just think back and see as to how we operate. There is no L&T, there is no Infosys, there is no Wipro, there is no TCS, there is no any private IT organization. The entire software is designed, developed, deployed, maintained by our own engineers, who are around 900 plus. And this is perhaps, people keep asking at different forums as to what is the greatest strength of CRIS. And I'm very categorical. In the last 3 years at different forums, maybe around 100 times I have been asked this question. It is not the software, it is not the infrastructure, it is not the technology, but it is the people, the engineers who carry this upgradation through. I just want to give an example of the passenger reservation system and its evolution, just for people to get an inkling as to what sort of systems we manage. In 1986, when we started computerization, it was all on discrete servers. Here you find around Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, Secunderabad. The one stark thing is all these data centers or servers were not connected, they were disconnected. That means ticketing could be taken only within the local area. Suppose you wanted to take a ticket from, say, Gorakhpur for a train which is originating from Chennai and it belongs to southern region, you could not take a ticket at that point of time. And then came the entire networking of these 4 data centers, where anywhere to anywhere ticketing started somewhere in 2001. Then in a slow and a phased manner, we got web inquiry through on the internet, no internet up to 2001. Web inquiry started in around 2001, and for the best part of the next decade, it remained mostly web and then started ticketing. We started ticketing at 1,500 tickets per minute. That was the rate of design in the decade 2010 to 11. Come 2014, the entire system was revamped in the last 10 years, and the ticketing rate stood at 7,200 tickets per minute. So this is the level of systems that are maintained, but the 7,200 tickets per minute was the design. Any guesses as to what rate we currently operate at the peak time? Say the ARP period or at the Tatkal period. We operate almost around 32,000 tickets per minute against a design capacity of 7,200, largely due to the brilliance of the way in which the things have been optimized by our engineers to get the maximum out of these resources. I mean, this is just to give a flavor in terms of how the legacy systems are carried, upgraded, and continually maintained by the core backbone of the engineers of CRIS. Having said that, I mean, while these systems have started around 4 decades back, they continually need to be upgraded in terms of both the hardware as well as the system software. For example, the legacy systems still contain the Fortran and the OpenVMS in some areas. The challenge between as I mentioned, the entire strength and the weakness lies in this diagram, wherein the evolution of these systems have been in a discrete manner, but don't mistake discrete to being siloed. They're totally two different things. As and when the systems have been developed, say operation systems have been developed to the extent that they required integration between the other systems, that has been done, but still there are issues of master data management, so on and so forth, which remained and are addressed as on date. So having said that, I mean, in the last 3-4 years, large-scale technologies are sweeping the way in which the entire software world is being looked at from different lenses. And CRIS can't be a spectator to these changing technologies. Our PRS systems are being modernized as we stand today. Maybe in a month or so, we would be migrating perhaps onto the new system for the first time, which will take the ticketing from 25,000, 7,200 design, 32,000 peak to almost 1.25 lakh tickets per minute. Similarly, I mean, all the data acquisition systems, which were hitherto manual, as could be expected, taking into account the state of technologies at that point of time, most of the system data which was coming into our systems, be it our operating systems or asset management, a track, they take the measurements using the gauges, record in the books, go back into the systems, type it out. All these are being changed rapidly because of sensors which are coming in a big way. So to that extent, there is a need for us to actually continually adapt dynamically and ensure that these systems are assimilated in a seamless manner. And I'm sure that the engineering strength what we have and the capabilities we are trying to build, especially in terms of the new age technologies of AI, cybersecurity, and these, we have not left a stone unturned in terms of what we need to do. First of all, on the AI side, recognizing that we are not proficient fully on AI side, neither are we certified. We followed a 3-pronged approach. Number one, we collaborated with IITs to immediately solve some of the problems. Large-scale training has been imparted to our engineers. Around 300 of them have been trained in AI, ML, cybersecurity. And in fact, on industrial IoT, we spent 2.5 lakhs per engineer and got around 55 of them trained in state-of-art MIT's professional education course on IoT. So while we continue to build the capabilities within, we also procured a very good licensed version of an AI platform where we experiment ourselves and also get the best of industry to solve our problems. So much so that maybe a couple of years ago when most of these AI use cases were being experimented with, today we are in a stage where around 70% of them have reached fruition. For example, on Rail Madad, when a passenger types a complaint, it used to go 63% of the time it was correctly classified for the first time. But with collaboration with IIT Bombay, now the classification rate has improved to 91%. That means the turnaround time for addressing the customer goes dramatically up. Similarly, collaborating with Bhashini, on 23 languages we have translated the interface. He can speak in any language. It translates in the language in which the operator would like to hear, and thereon he'll reply back in the language which the customer wants. So this has gone into production. Waitlist prediction model has improved by around 90%. Our cleanliness onboard housekeeping services on 80 trains. We are now deployed a model in which a photograph is taken by the OBHS staff of the of both the washroom as well as the dustbin and the alley, and it categorizes as good, bad, or medium, and it acts as a measurement of the quality of the contractor. Crowd management, based just not only on the PRS and the NTS systems, using UTS data and using ML predictions, we have already deployed, and in certain areas, we are already telling on an almost live basis as to how many passengers are boarding or deboarding at different stations, so on and so forth. I mean, similarly on the GST, we took data from the GST or origin, destination, commodity-wise, what moves by different modes. Apart from building mere BI, we have collaborated with IIT Delhi and got a clustering model done, which tells you where aggregation centers to come. There are a number of use cases in operations, in finance, in rail and weld failures, which are going on, are at advanced stages. But the experimentation phase is now done. So the expectations from CRIS now are no longer just to use the data for experimenting on AI. Now they need to go into production in almost every function that we can think of. And this particular seminar theme, what we have envisaged, is in this context. Not only governance in the age of AI, when we transform the railway from a manual to a digital to an intelligent system, but how does the railway itself need to adapt, number one? How does CRIS need to change its orientation? And what are the lessons we can learn from the industry, academia, and the renowned consultants? So it is with this background that this theme has been organized for the seminar, and I'm sure it's going to be a wonderfully enriching session for all of us. And with these words, I would once again congratulate all of you, and my heartfelt thanks for just being there and running the system and moving the wheels of the nation. Thank you very much. Now I would request Member Operations to speak a few words on this occasion.
Thank you, Satya. Distinguished guests on the dais, my colleagues, DGA, RPF. I am Lucknow Director, AM Traffic, Secretary, Railway Board, Additional Member Commercial, and I can see many faces, directors of CRIS, senior officers of Railway Board, and the officers and engineers of CRIS. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be amongst you as you celebrate the 40 years of foundation, the formation of CRIS, and as you celebrate the 41st Foundation Day. My journey in the railways is just a few years separated from the birth of CRIS. So CRIS was born in 86 and I joined railways in 90. So as CRIS has grown, our generation in the railways have also grown. And it's indeed really, as a person who has seen the railways grow from strength to strength, it gives me great pleasure to really celebrate the achievements of CRIS. Many of our esteemed seniors who we remember today, they were part of the foundational years of CRIS. And CRIS, you see this campus, this beautiful campus, which is so green, and I really love the way that campus is. That's where people came in 1986, and there was hardly anything there, just maybe a room or 2 rooms or 3 rooms. And from that moment in time, see what CRIS is. Really shows that what commitment, what vision, and what hard work can achieve. Whatever is, CRIS today is because of all the hard work which all of you have put in, all of your predecessors have put in, all those who were initially in the beginning of CRIS, they have put in. So, as they say that the foundation of any building, if it is strong, then you can build many stories, many, you can add to that. So I think it really, we all owe it to those who started CRIS, and I would really urge CRIS to make a story of how CRIS evolved. Who were those who started? Who were the pioneers of CRIS? And who started it? So I think if you can write or commission a study on or a history of CRIS, I think that would be also the history of IT on Indian Railways. Because many of us, me, Devendra, Deepak, we were working on various zones. So we were in the yards, we were in the coal fields, we were in the coaching yards, and so on and so forth, while silently CRIS was evolving, and I did not get a chance to work in CRIS in those foundational years, but I can imagine, for example, as Satya was saying, that to make a simple reservation was such a big challenge. If you are sitting in Delhi and you wanted a reservation from Chennai to some place, a telegram had to go, or some message had to go. And then that reservation would take place. I'm talking when I joined the railways, this was the state of affairs. And today, as you know, that the PRS is one of the biggest IT systems anywhere in the world. So that is the testimony of the success of CRIS. And really, and not only, and it started with, of course, PRS, and then the Freight Operation Information System. These are the two core applications of CRIS with which it started on the passenger side and on the freight side. And therefore, today you have any transaction or on the freight side also, whether it is payment of freight or booking or indenting or tracing the freight trains, everything is digitalized. I don't think that any railways in the world has an in-house competence of the order that Indian Railways has. So we have 500 or maybe more IT professionals, networking professionals, and domain experts. So what makes CRIS so unique is this strength, this harmony, this symphony that you can say of the domain experts coming in from the railways and all the IT and the networking, the software professionals which is there. So this makes CRIS unique, and I think we have to nurture this uniqueness of CRIS. And please remember that during those years, many institutions came like CRIS, for example, CDOT. CDOT is also an example of that time, and successfully, you remember that when we joined the railways or we came into active service, one had to queue to make a trunk call. And then the whole revolution in telecom started. So all these years, the last 40 years have been really defining years for the country as the strength in the railways, the strength of the railways has increased, and so has the revolution in IT, in telecom, and therefore the software revolution. All this has happened in the last 40 years or so. So all of you who are part of CRIS, I really congratulate you from the core of my heart. And as today we stand here, um, so we have seen that we have successfully chartered the last 40 years. But now, the next 40 years are going to be very challenging, and this is the AI age, which is in ways it is transformative. It is also disruptive, and this disruption is something that we have to manage. And I'm sure that with the leadership that you've got, Satya and all the team that is there, directors, the officers from the railways, as well as the CRIS professional team, I'm sure that you will work ahead, shoulder to shoulder, and you will also manage this disruption and convert this disruption into an opportunity. So I'm sure that the years ahead will be as exciting and as rewarding as the years that we have just passed. The last 4 decades have been building the CRIS, and now will be the time when we have to take all the data that is there into intelligence, into proper information, and everything that the new technology now it offers us. That harnessing of technology, that synchronization of all the wealth of data that is there with CRIS, that is the challenge that is there in front of us. And I'm sure that you will rise to the occasion. The CRIS manpower will rise to the occasion, and definitely the next next decades, the next years of CRIS will be as exciting, as full of achievement as they have been in the past. So today's theme, and there is an excellent panel of speakers ahead of us. So we all look forward to this, to the deliberations, and I can assure CRIS and all the officers of CRIS and the IT professionals of CRIS that you will continue to have our full support and full backing of the railways, because CRIS is really at the forefront. And I'm also very happy to know that very young professionals are coming into CRIS, and they are the top of the knowledge curve. They are young, they know a lot of the new technologies, so their potential also will be used in the days to come. So I once again wish you a really a great and successful Foundation Day today, and many successes as you embark on a very important and a very exciting journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for not only setting the context, but also laying down the expectations for the next 40 years for CRIS. With this, I would request Professor M.P. Gupta, Director, IIM Lucknow, to give the keynote address for the seminar. The theme of today's seminar, Governance in the Age of AI.
Good morning to all of you. I'm really honored to be here with you. A day, very auspicious day for CRIS, celebrating 41st year of foundation. This is one rare organization in India which has touched life of each Indian for the last 3 or 4 decades. As Mr. Satya was mentioning about 1986, so I went into memory, my own old memory. Early time, rushing to a window and bearing bad behavior of counterpart that side, to issue a ticket, and then a relief when today we, in our comfort zone, go to website and book a ticket. It's a huge journey, long journey of achievement. I know CRIS team since early days. I've been part of Delhi IIT management department, and so we keep receiving engineers from CRIS to be part of some programs at Delhi IIT, as Mr. Satya mentioned about participation. And also he proudly mentioned about no Infosys, no Wipro, no, it's not working, yeah. No Wipro, no Infosys, no TCS. It's really proud to be say like that. Entire local effort and PRS, fleet information system, and also asset management and some more. There are plenty of apps have come from CRIS to give the face of modernity that Indian Railway has got today. Going back to the history of ticketing itself and automation part, I recall the first attempt of automation of ticketing was done by American Airlines in 1960s, early 60s to late 60s. It was a chance meeting between American Airlines chairman, Mr. Smith, and one IBM engineer, again Mr. Smith, happens to be sitting alongside in the flight. And a long journey, it was chance for them to talk each other. A Smith versus Smith, IBM versus American Airlines, and this idea of ticketing, took birth. Then the coding scheme was, not really established. I remember ADA used to be early time coding scheme. In my student days, I have used a lot of programming in Fortran, and Fortran still happens to be core of PRS ticketing engine. I'll take water. So IBM used, in fact, they invented a coding scheme then. And subsequently, they revised it to use assembly language. Now think about, 60s, 70s, 80s, the coding scheme, the technology of developing the app, and the hardware platform that was prevailing at that point was totally different. Pre-internet technology and post-internet technology, they're all two different dimensions altogether. But cyber system is still in vogue. He was giving data about 35,000 tickets are issued per minute. Cyber system issues 10 lakh tickets per minute in a global operation. So what is the future of CRIS if I apply my small knowledge of CRIS and also cyber and also some examples? Cyber system was internal division of American Airlines. It was a project given to IBM to automate ticketing process. And it brought so much big relief to a process that was so painful. And automation was quick to respond to a requirement. After that, Apollo Airline also took same project. So for a long time, till 80s, the air ticketing The market share was 40, 30, 40, 47, 40, 60 or 50, 50, around the same. So both were sharing almost total market. But Sabre remained dominant player. And it was so a valuable asset to American land, they made it a company. It is, I think, now part of Fortune 500 list of companies. So much wealth is created from that platform. I would like to see, CRIS also having some kind of that future, having its own identity. It's still supporting in railway in a big way, but having its own identity, a corporation. And there are plenty of Indian examples also. ICICI Bank, if you look at history, pre-internet, ICICI Bank and HDFC, two banks are pioneer banks. Around internet time, mid-90s, they were most forward-looking banks giving service, internet banking service to customers, along with foreign banks were operating in India. ICICI Bank, the IT team was so strong and mature system, bank thought to make it a company, separate company. So ICICI Infotech to birth. Now I think they have renamed it 3i Infotech. Just check on the net, you will get the details. Now it's a company, apart from servicing ICICI Bank, also doing its own business altogether. Sabre, ICICI Bank, many more. Samsung, LG, many organizations have got their own IT wing to start with, and they were made separate companies. Looking at technology evolution, I think I read somewhere there are 4 grades of automation, grade 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 means almost entire movement is driverless, but driver is still there. Grade 4 is totally driverless. I've read, I've traveled in Paris metro, totally driverless, entire metro, some lines are totally driverless, run by expert systems. So adoption of technology is so mature now. Even I heard Delhi Metro has some track totally run by expert systems. Lucknow Metro is also being planned to adopt that. So referring to AI now, AI is something very special technology. It's going to be as profound, in fact 10 times, 100 times more profound than what internet when it began and now what it is seen to be in terms of value. It's a learning system, it's an intelligent system. It is going to impact all business processes, all products, all services, every app that you touch on the mobile phone, everything you see, there will be some element of AI in that. What is our readiness is the key question. Entire ICT supply chain, if you look at worldwide, still, Mr. Satya, you are using IBM, hardware from other OEMs. Software, if you are developing on the coding scheme on your own, it is a good thing. But most often we see the patent, R&D on hardware and software, all coming from North America, manufactured in China, Taiwan. We are all on the user side. Now, looking at geopolitical situation, the ownership on technology is very, very vital, going to be very, very vital. And that's where our Prime Minister is insisting about Atmanirbhar Bharat. And recent war with Pakistan proved this, with a lot of confidence that now we are also having some capability on technology. Missiles we fire from a place, they're all guided missiles, traveling thousands of kilometers of distance from Tel Aviv to Tehran. And the error is hardly a meter or 4 meters, 3 meters, that's all. So around when it is moving towards the target, it is also able to modulate and adjust and hit the target with lot of precision. So AI, to develop capability in AI, I think AI Impact Summit in last February was something, a big initiative. We showcased our strength. Also, we realized our limitations, at least on computing power, because AI requires a lot of computing power. It is about dealing with data, which is humongous, big in size, because around us we see all real-time systems. So real-time systems generate dynamic data that needs to be dynamically processed, and also response systems to be nanosecond. So the kind of algorithm that we need to respond to operate at that level, and also computing power to take care of that demand of computing, is hurdle. It requires a lot of investment. Also talent pool. The kind of talent pool, it requires brightest mind of the country to be part of this movement. We need more innovators than job seekers. Jobs anyway is going away. AI is, if you look around news about job, all bad news. So in campuses, we need to change curriculum so that there is huge component of innovation, new project ideation, and then hand-holding. And probably, student can visualize about their own businesses. So we are making a small effort from IIM Lucknow campus. Typically, IIM system is known for very, very strong, powerful MBA program. But with changing time, we also realize our response to nation need is to be relooked. And future, today and future is going to be totally technology-led. AI digitally is embedded in our life. Everything we do is all, the platform is all embedded with digital and AI. They're all foundational part of entire thing. So we decided to launch undergrad program, BSc in AI and Business Analytics. Pair this with 2-year Tech MBA, but together it will be 4 and 1 year. So BS 4 year and then 1 year Tech MBA. But separately it is 4 year and student can exit, and Tech MBA will run separately for 2 years program. In these two programs, we are aiming to create 60 seats, 60 innovators. About governance, I think the theme is governance. AI governance is a very serious issue, because just because it's a learning system, what you feed the system will learn and become that. And probably there is a chance of biases as well. So they need to be having a framework in place to keep monitoring data and the learning part, and document the biases as well. If it is noticeable, there is some option to correct it. If some harm is happening from the system, there must be some way to bring justice. Who is responsible? Hardware manufacturer, software designer, who? In this scenario, whatever I have read, IT Act is primarily referred to address all those requirement of from legal part. I don't think it's adequate. It's not really adequate. And there are discussions globally. I mean, nations, leaderships of global leadership is talking about global cooperation and also developing some framework where we can, if something happens here, repercussions is seen to be somewhere else also beyond our continent, and vice versa. So a global cooperation is very, very essential. And that would lead to also tweak a bit our legal framework. See, Data Privacy Act came out of huge pressure that we received from European Union, because European Union GDPR made mandatory every country to have data privacy law in place to do business with European Union. And that compelled us to also frame that. It went through a lot of iterations, but finally we have it now. But looking at future role of Indian Railway in particular in overall economy, transport economy is very, very important, where Indian Railway play a vital role. And I refer to three major programs of Government of India. One is Gati Shakti, second is Sagarmala, and third is 12 industrial smart hubs, industrial corridors. That was announced, I think, 2 years back by Government of India. The three are all deeply connected and desired to push Atmanirbhar Bharat agenda, to ensure that India become a huge manufacturing hub in near future. Gati Shakti is a GIS-based real-time system covering almost all ministry projects, infra projects. There are more than 3,000 spatial data layers who are part of this system. If it is really functioning the way it is projected or visualized, it is a wonderful system. Because a lot of infra projects, from waterway to airway to road to rail to airports, they are all connected. And Gati Shakti is supposed to bring some efficiency, also remove all bottlenecks that comes to these projects. The most interesting part is 12 industrial corridors. Mumbai, Delhi is the one most prominent and progressing very fast. 1,400 kilometer freight corridor from Nawaz-Savi Jawahar Port to Dadri, this side in Delhi, is required to have dedicated freight corridor. And alongside, I think 50 to 70 kilometers both sides, there will be economic zones will be developed. It's going to be making Industry 4.0 idea a reality. Entire corridor will have a lot of factories alongside, based on all high tech that we have. If I refer to Industry 4.0, It is about a factory setting where there is no is visible. There is no person there. All machines, all robots, all handlers. Tapani sitting here, seeing him, I recall about Xiaomi, a company now into manufacturing electric vehicle in China. I saw one YouTube video that they are able to assemble one electric vehicle in 70 seconds. So by the time I go from here to board my vehicle, one car is out of the factory. This is the level of automation Chinese setup have achieved. And robots are not flying on the floor, they are flying on the roof. There is a horizontal and vertical, both kind of integration. When you refer to horizontal integration, the factory A and factory B, both are connected so deeply. It is virtually one factory. So factory at Gurgaon, factory at Chennai, factory at Guwahati, virtually one factory. So entire corridor from Dadri to Navasavi, 70 kilometers left, right, both sides, all factories, all connected. It is going to give us a scenario of on-demand manufacturing scenario. Today, if any innovator thinks about via idea a product and wants to develop a prototype of that, there is a huge struggle because 10 components, they're not readily available to bring them to one piece. It takes almost sometimes 6 months also to just create a prototype. So Industry 4.0 is about that, and that the ecosystem we intend to achieve by these 12 corridors, smart corridors. So all sensors, AI, robots, simulators will be all seen to be part of it, making it happening. Now, Indian Railway will be very core of it, picking up goods from port and bring to north side and across country, because there are 12 corridors. I'm not able to recall, I think Amritsar, Havada, Bangalore, Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, some Odisha, plenty of them. You see us a partner into whatever you do in a modest way from academic side, and I extend complete support on that. In fact, I heard sir is saying about developing case on CRIS. The story of CRIS is very, very it's a story to be told to every Indian, and we can do that. I'll stop here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving the perspective starting from, grade of automation 0 to 4, real-time analytics, streaming data, and coming into the governance in terms of the DPDP, the Privacy Act, and finally rounding it up and saying nothing less than Industry 4.0, which is the way to go for the future. I thank once again for setting the note, and now I think we'll break for tea, and thereafter we will convene for this regular seminar talks. Thank you.
अच्छा हुआ मेरे मैं I'm free now. I was confused, you know, to come by the way.
Thank you everyone for joining us for the inaugural session. We shall proceed for tea and we will be back by 11:15 for more innovative insights by all our eminent speakers. So please gather back by 11:15. Thank you.
Because they come. Yes, come.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the session. I request Dr. Tapan Sahu, Senior Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki, Professor K. Unnikrishnan Nair, IIM Kozhikode, Shri Balaji Tyagarajan, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Flipkart, to please come to the dais. I also request MD Sir to please come to the dais. Yeah, good morning and welcome back, everyone. I think now we'll start the technical sessions for the seminar Governance in the Age of AI. Before that, I would also like to welcome our Member Finance, Ma'am Manjusha Jain, ma'am, for gracing the occasion on the occasion of the 41st Foundation Day of CRIS. Thank you very much, ma'am. It encourages us a lot. Yeah. So now, without much ado, I'll just give an introduction to our first speaker, Dr. Tapan Sahu, Senior Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki. Doctor will be speaking on application of AI for business transformation in mobility industry. Maruti Suzuki needs no introduction. Dr. Tapan Sahu has over 34 years of experience in the automotive industry and currently heads the digital enterprise vertical at Maruti Suzuki India Limited. He leads the digital transformation, cybersecurity, and the enterprise digital ecosystem using AI, ML, IoT, and Industry 4.0 technologies. An alumnus of IIT Delhi and VSSUT Burla, he is a fellow of the INAE and STEM. Dr. Sahu also serves as the chairman of SIAM, an association of automobile industry, chairman of the SIAM's Digital Transformation and Connected Mobility Group, and has contributed extensively to India's electric mobility and automotive technology initiatives. He holds multiple patents and has published widely in technology management and automotive innovation.
Dr. Sahu.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's my honor to be here. Compliments to Chris on the 41st Foundation Day. You are giving mobility to the nation, actually. So today, my talk, I thought, what am I going to speak here? But I thought, let me give you a perspective. A lot of new members would be there. Of course, people who have been in the system would be knowing. But I thought, let me give a sense of mobility, how it is transforming across the globe, what's our India's context, and how we are looking at using of AI in mobility industry. So, in terms of global context, if you look at it, we are living in a society and there are various societal megatrends. I looked at various United Nations and World Economic Forum, IMF research papers, and tried to compile the social megatrends. As we live in a society, the societal megatrends actually impact the mobility megatrends, which in turn impact the auto industry and how the auto industry has evolved. So let me start with this picture. This is a picture which spans across a century plus, century and quarter. Starting from 1900, it's a picture of Fifth Avenue, New York. What you see is specifically form of mobility, which is horse carts. And in a span of about a decade and a half, it changed to all Ford Motor T, the electric mobility. But after a century, what we see here is all, full of different kinds and modes of transportation. So Fifth Avenue, New York is taken as an example because that's a most prosperous place and people can experiment and do a lot of innovation there. So in a decade, it changed from horse to horsepower, and in a century, changed from cars to congestion. And there are 5 megatrends, if you look at it, that's how mobility transformed. But there are 5 megatrends which are shaping the society and mobility industry at large. The first one is about, carbon neutrality. If you look at the global temperature rise, climate change is the talk of the town. And I think sustainability has become a buzzword for all the industries, policymakers, governments, all alike across the globe. And therefore, we see carbon neutrality targets by different countries, starting from Finland in 2035, Europe, Japan, USA 2050, China 2060, and India 2070. We being a developed nation need to have the absorptive capacity to develop technology and also deploy it at scale. The second one is on demographics. If you look what's happening across the globe, median age is changing across all continents and people are aging. Therefore, from a mobility perspective, need to find solutions not only for the young population, which India is fortunate to have, but also find solutions for people who require assisted mobility. The third megatrend is about urbanization. If you look at the statistics from 1960 to 2050, urban population is going to double in a century. We are adding almost 50,000 people a day globally, 18 million a year to the urban population. It means a lot of congestion, a lot of need for transportation in the urban centers, and therefore requires a different kind of mindset or thought process which would require for making people mobile. The fourth one is about technologies, all pervasive, AR, VR, big data, AI, Gen AI, agentic AI, and so on and so forth. And this all of us know how it is impacting us in daily lives, and therefore it is impacting the mobility trends as well. And last but not the least is the rising middle class. Look at the statistics. I think 2009 to 2030, the middle class population is going to grow from 1.8 billion to 4.9 billion. That means people will require not only affordable mobility, but also require maybe more comfortable and more different type of mobility. So therefore, we need to look at mobility solution in that sense. And therefore, if you look at the experimentations going around the globe, be it the drones, be it the hyperloops, autonomous cars for pizza delivery, or online retailing, This whole mobility megatrend, if I summarize for you in a crisp manner, is about ACS, autonomous, connected, electric and shared. Autonomous because it makes it safer and fatigue-free. Connected because it makes things more accessible and convenient. Electric because of zero tailpipe emission. And shared because of better asset utilization. And that's the story of the globe. That's how things are changing in general sense about mobility. But India's story is known to all of us. I think we are a growing economy with increasing consumerism as well as a lot of digital exposure. And the JAM Trinity has brought a lot of fame to India. And this has been possible because of the focus which has been given by Government of India in terms of developing the Digital India framework. And not only that, along with the Digital India framework, we have the Gati Shakti, which Professor Gupta talked about, and also the digital and physical India, both the physical world is changing in India, and therefore, things are developing as it is. And what Prime Minister Modi talked about, 2047, Viksit Bharat, and the carbon neutrality targets, this is what is impacting the mobility sector to a big way, in a big way. And just to talk about, if you might not be knowing, automotive sector today contributes to about 7.1% of the GDP, 49% of manufacturing GDP, and about 30 million direct and indirect employment. So we are the third largest PV market in the world today. But at the same time, as India, we have a lot of challenges. Challenges in terms of having a unique consumer, high congestion, high energy and pollution, and also high road accidents. Therefore, government is doing its bit and industry is doing its bit in terms of bringing in stricter regulations, getting into next level of emission regulations, safety regulations, and also various programs which are there. Industry is doing its part in terms of looking at alternate powertrains, be it the electric mobility or biofuels or hydrogen. And therefore, what we see is that in terms of carbon neutrality, we are going to have a multitude of powertrains, starting from ICE engines, combination of alternate fuels, ethanol, hybrids, and electric vehicles together going forward to 2047. That's the path for the industry. So if I take the challenges of India and put the global context, what we need for India is probably because our consumers are very value conscious, we need affordable solutions. For high congestion, we definitely need connected and shared mobility. Electric mobility is one way, but considering the fact that 75% of energy comes from coal in India today, we would have a gradual path of transitioning to complete electric or hydrogen in future. So therefore, we need environment-friendly vehicles. And to look at accidents, we need safer mobility. So the SS from a global context, in India context, becomes affordable and assisted, and connected and shared, eco-friendly and safe. And not only that, looking at the growing population of the urban centers and also the connectivity that we require, I've traveled across the globe, looked at various countries. I think multimodal is going to be the way for the future. No one mode of transport is going to solve the mobility problem for India. And therefore, we need to connect all forms of mobility. If you go to Paris today, out of 6 lanes, only 1 lane is there for cars and buses. 2 lanes are there for pedestrians. 1 lane dedicated for the cyclist and 1 for emergency. So that's the kind of change which is happening. In Paris also they're trying to make, in France they're trying to make a city where you can reach or do all the 5 essential activities, work, healthcare, education, entertainment, etc. within a 15-minute walk. If you go to Amsterdam, if you go to China, they're building the world's largest bicycle lanes in China, in Zhengdu. So countries are thinking differently, urban planners are thinking differently, that how do we make people mobile at the same time make it sustainable. So in this context, technology becomes very critical. We are in the 4th revolution of technology today, with AI, IoT, all coming in together. And the transformation which is happening today is really phenomenal because it's the diffusion of technologies which is actually creating that momentum, which was not possible earlier, in terms of compute power, in terms of connectivity, in terms of latency, in terms of vision, listening. If you look at our senses, hearing, speaking, seeing, all these senses have come together today to form that power of human power, what we call artificial intelligence. So therefore, if you look at our evolution in the country today from India perspective in the automotive industry, last 40, 42 years, we came with certain kind of developments. But if you look at 1947, next 21 years, it's going to be really mammoth task in terms of both contribution to the GDP, technology, capacity addition. The scale is going to be huge, and we can't manage this scale unless we look at various technologies and actually use them in real life. So this is thanks to Gartner. This is the Gartner's 2025 prediction for the top 12 technology trends, and need to look at and really look at them. How do we deploy them? So let me come to mobility industry and tell you about some of the transformation that we are seeing in terms of customer. How do we look at create a customer-centric approach? How do we enhance customer experience in terms of people developing capability, empowering them, transforming various processes and improving efficiency, bringing in agility and leveraging technology. So let me come to some use cases as far as the mobility industry is concerned. AI is being used today in design and development, supply chain, production, and also after sales. So automation in design, generative AI can be used to automate design of components, significantly reducing human error. It's bringing in time efficiency and also helping to look at innovation and prototyping very, very quickly. Also simulation, if you look at application of technologies like ADAS or the new technologies, electric vehicles, ADAS and other areas, it's helping in simulation in a big way, therefore helping people to reduce the time to market. It's helping in early issue identification, looking at the big data that you have over the past maybe decades, and also bringing in resource efficiency. In terms of supply chain, streamlining supply chain is logistics, inventory management, enhancing the processes, and also improving the interactions. In terms of production, it's helping in terms of quality control, automation of quality control, as well as automatic defect identification. Because as all of you may be knowing, I think there are a lot of liabilities or regulations in terms of liability for automobiles, and therefore it becomes very, very critical that the quality checks are done better and proper. Real-time defect identification and also high-quality component checks. And in terms of after sales, targeted communication is one which can be done very easily with AI, recommending tailored products, enhancing customer loyalty, data analytics, and improving the service quality, and also reducing warranty claims. These are the areas where AI is helping the mobility industry at large. Just to talk about a bit about Maruti Suzuki, at Maruti Suzuki, what we have realized is that for bringing these new technologies, it is important to look at the new age so-called technology providers, which are the startups. So they bring in a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of new ideas to the table. And therefore, we have structured programs for startups, which we are working with IIM Calcutta, IIM Bangalore, NSSL, T-Hub, and ISB. And these programs are meant for startups so that they can bring in their ideas to the table, and we can discuss with our businesses and co-create solutions which are useful for the enterprise at large. So this has helped us. If I tell you some numbers, we have looked at about 7,000 plus startups so far. 250 plus are engaged with us. 60 are doing paid POCs, and 38 of them have become our business partners. So just like we started our localization and manufacturing ecosystem in 1980s, today we are building the technology ecosystem with the startups for future. And as we go forward in India, I think these are some of the case studies. Nobody can do it alone. We have to do it together. So this is one case study, for example, which has this is about safety, in-plant safety. So you can use AI to look at, identify whether people are following the safety norms or not. This is about, we have our railway sliding in Gujarat, where we have deployed AI to understand, alert people, very simple, but very effective. So giving alerts and, understanding human errors. So be it in plant or outside the plant, it can help in safety in a big way. What do we believe is that AI, with AI, which is like, that's the future. don't look at AI as a hype. Don't look at AI as a technology which is just to be experimented just like that. I think we should look at AI with authentic impact, which is going to give us real benefit, be beneficial for our customers and country at large. And nobody can do it alone. I keep saying it, being in the Siam, in the policy making for a long time, I believe that it's the role of each player coming together, be it the automakers, be the OEMs, the technology partners, the policy makers, mobility operators and energy operators coming together, which can only transform India. So I think that's, and in this, for governance, what we have done is we have put two things in place. One is the AI risk framework. We have developed our own tool for AI risk evaluation. Each and every application of AI goes through that risk framework, and then we mitigate the risk and only then we deploy it. So evaluating the AI risk is very critical. Ensure that all the risks are taken care of in terms of hallucination, or be it in terms of biases, be it in terms of accuracy, only then it's deployed. And second, having a central governance is also critical. Today in the age of AI, having a shadow AI program is very easy. Anybody and everybody, all developers, they're very curious to try new tools. But how do you do that with that kind of governance is also becomes very critical. So these are the two cents from my side with respect to governance. But thank you very much for inviting me, and any questions, please be connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. I think that was a wonderful exposition, starting from the total global trends in mobility and coming down to the Indian context, and finally the takeaways for us in terms of the AI use cases, in terms of design, development, supply chain, production, as well as in sales and after sales, and targeted towards, some authentic impact. I think this is some great takeaway for us. And not to forget, my Chief AI Officer definitely must be looking at AI risk framework, where the use cases are passed, as well as the central governance. These are great themes. Thanks a lot. Thanks again for making it. Now, an equally engaging speaker and an eminent speaker is Professor K. Unnikrishnan Nair from IIM Kozhikode. Professor, I have actually known him for a long time, but known him only for a few minutes, maybe around 10 minutes in 1999, and maybe around 2000, just after I started. That impact what I had when I attended a lecture as a DOM in Palghat, in IIM Calicut. I paid for myself and I attended his lecture on organizational behavior. It was absolutely mesmerizing. He's a renowned professor in organizational behavior and human resource management, and he's a fellow from IIM Ahmedabad and a former ICCR chair professor at Friedrich Schiller University, Germany. Is one of the most sought after professors in IIM. I can see that. He landed yesterday evening after taking a class at 7:15, and he has to leave by the 2:50 flight back today. A totally packed schedule. Thanks for making it here, Professor. His expertise spans leadership, organizational learning, strategic decision making, and change management. He has received multiple research awards and advises organizations on leadership, development, and organizational transformation. Professor Unnikrishnan Nair is going to talk about the symphony of rails, how to harmonize the human touch and reimagine the organization for an intelligent railway. Professor.
Should I need this? I think maybe. No, I can do it. I think that will be. Thank you. So yeah. Mr. Satya, MD of CRIS, distinguished speakers on the dais as well as in the audience, distinguished invitees and guests, members of CRIS organization and the larger railways parent organization, ladies and gentlemen. Today, when I stand before you on this 40th anniversary and the 41st foundation day of CRIS, I recognize that I am standing before a symbolic reality of modern technological India. And though I'm not a member of CRIS, but as an Indian, I share your proud feelings on this day. Why do I say it is symbolic as well as a symbolic reality, both realistic and symbolic? Symbolic because as part of a governmental setup, you proved that what Infosys or TCS or Wipro could do, you too could do. And that's marvelous. And today is July 1st. And if I ask you as a professor a question to the students, kind of quote unquote, tomorrow, July 2, another prominent organization in the same sector is celebrating its foundation day. Can you make a guess? Infosys. Yes, Infosys Foundation Day, as per available public records, because I didn't work in Infosys, those of you who may have, you may know more correctly, July 1st, 1981. July 2nd, 1981. So 45 years, you have 40 years, which means you began with the IT revolution, the digital revolution, and at a time when nobody anticipated what lay ahead, just like today when we look at AI. And as the senior officer who inaugurated this mentioned, the real credit goes to Indian Railways and those individual senior officers who decided to set up CRIS. It was a very courageous, audacious decision at that time. And with from humble beginnings, you have grown to 40 years now. Reality because, so much has been the symbolic part of it. Reality because systems have to work 24/7, 365. And the ambitions that you have from 30,000 tickets per minute to 1.25 lakhs per minute brings almost every Indian in touch with one of the symbols of modern India, the Indian Railways. So which means it has to be real. It cannot be just some models or some academic lectures. So both symbolic and realistic has been your journey. And so, hearty congratulations on your 40th anniversary, and I wish all of you many, many happy returns, many, many and proud happy returns of the day. Railways have been to most of us a very fascinating thing. The marvel of railways is unique. Even today, if a steam engine chuku 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 passes anywhere nearby or we hear the sound, the child in us awakes. We might turn our head. We may run to the nearby track. Of course, we have to be conscious of safety. And in today's world, we would click a selfie or try to click a selfie. Same as Vande Bharat today. So from the steam engine to Vande Bharat, that's the marvel of Indian Railways. Rich history, traditions, legacies, big size, scale of operations, alongside change as well as inertia, because organizations have inertia on one side, which we generally call in technical terms of structural inertia. And on the other side, they are change, the change that you have all been undergoing. And any change has its challenges. Indian Railway has the capacity, and CRIS too. As the American social philosopher and author Eric Hoffer once said, in times of change, learners inherit the earth. In times of change, learners inherit the earth. The learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. So, in times of change, the learners inherit the earth, and the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. So, I asked myself as I was looking forward to this interaction with you, where does CRIS fall? Among the learners or the learned? Yeah? When you look at your operations and your performance and output in the last 20, 25 to 30 years, you are certainly part of the learners, no doubt. And that's a great story in itself. That's a great story in itself. But if you look at your origins, the audacity with which somebody or a set of top managers or top officers decided to set this up, that was an informed foresight, visionary. And when we look at that, you are part of the learned, because you were born when the world was uncertain, just like today, the digital revolution. Now, at that time, nobody even anticipated the digital revolution. So the early part, I would say, CRIS would fall under the learned, whereas in the later 20, 25 years, you would be the learners and beautiful learners. So which means we have been both learners as well as among the learned. In leadership classes, sometimes we talk about Don Quixote or Don Quixote, English or American pronunciation that we may use, of Cervantes, the knight who set out to change the world, to fight injustice. And he meets, as many of us who would have read that novel, the very famous Spanish novel, would remember that Don Quixote saw windmills. Windmills appeared to him as giants. Giants that were coming in the way of his pursuit of right, his pursuit of establishing justice to the world, in the world. And he took it head on, while his companion, the realistic Sancho Panza, told him, "They are windmills, master, don't fight with that. You are going to die." It didn't stop Don Quixote. So when we meet change, or when the changes begin to show up, they are like the windmills of Don Quixote, or the windmills that Don Quixote faced. They are huge. They are dangerous. They are uncertain as to what they can do. And you had the courage. And the Quixotic, the courage that you derived from that kind of a courage to change, to deal with digital world and the digital era. And you proved, when I reflect back on President Obama's first presidential campaign, his punchline was, "Yes, we can." And you proved, yes, we can. And now, I would say, we should all add one more thing in this new era. Yes, we should, when we look at the challenges that AI is posing to railways as well as to all of us. Militaries in the world have many things in common about values of valor, courage, sacrifice, camaraderie, hierarchy, obedience, everything. And they respect each other. Even when somebody is a victor and the other one is the one who has lost the war, you still respect somebody on the other side, the defeated side, for their courage and the kind of sacrifice which they may have done. Similar is railways. Railways, you have a brotherhood of railways across the world. And when you look at that, and you are having to face AI today for the massive railway organization, CRIS on behalf of the massive railway organization, perhaps being in railways, you may know that the synchronized time, GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, was brought in by the railways. You may probably know that, right? Because when railways came, that itself was a major innovation. And in UK, probably as in many other parts of the world, they looked at the sun and set the noon. So 12 noon in Bristol was 10 minutes behind 12 noon in London. And trains cannot run like that. So it would lead to collisions and scheduling nightmares. The railway operators demanded a unified time, and GMT was born. So synchronization of time is the contribution, or one of the major contributors to the synchronization of time has been the railways. which means now in the synchronization of intelligence, Indian railways and railways can play a big role. Change, as we said, is challenging and it brings fears. It brings fears. Fear of the unknown, fear of the complexities, fears about apprehensions about our own capability of or inadequacies that we possess in meeting them, or fear of the obsolescence that we would encounter when these technologies come. And fears need to be addressed. I can go back in about 25 years to the turn of the century when the digitization was happening. Similar to the railways, the banking sector also began bringing in computers around the mid-80s. And it was at the turn of the century, around 2000, 2003 period, that led by the major State Bank of India, the banking sector, the major banks went into the core banking. And quite a few invitations came to our institute and also to me to take sessions on change management. You may think, or generally when we say invitations come, they come from management, the management side of the organization. But believe it or not, in that instance, about 4 out of 5 or 6 invitations that I got were not from management. They were from employee unions. Come and speak to us about dealing with this change, to deal with the uncertainties that we face. Officers' unions as well as staff unions. And when these unions came and I agreed to their request with, of course, the institute approval and so on, I had one condition to them. You belong to a political affiliation and as a union, and I'm agreeing to do something for you and on this theme, but keep your doors open to every other member of the staff or officers who want to attend that. And very importantly, one particular decision was taken by the top management of the banking sector at that time. They declared that no jobs would be cut at that time. And so it was easy for me to talk to them about these uncertainties and the fears and the psychological aspects and the organizational changes, changes in their designations, the need for training or equipping themselves and so on, because there was a basic assurance. Now when AI is coming, we need to think about what kind of assurance can we give to the members of this large organization, because fear is natural, fear is human. And unless we address that fear in some reasonable way that gives comfort, change may totally fail or will not reap the benefits that we intend to receive from that. And that may lead to resistance to change. And when I talk about resistance to change, something interesting again happened at the turn of the century. Many of you would remember the Y2K bug. It became so popularly written about that many ordinary people, one may never have had any idea about IT, but people read about Y2K, 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 the world is going to come to a standstill at the midnight of, as the clock ticked 11:59 to 12 on 31st December 1999, the world is coming to a stop. What will happen? Many systems will fail or many systems will cease to operate. Medical systems, transportation systems, and so on. So across the world, people became aware. And that led to an openness to see this change. Same thing happened during COVID. Institutions like mine and many of these higher educational institutions have enough resources and expertise. And for us, we were teaching on the virtual mode right from 2002. IIM Kozhikode, we were the first in Asia Pacific to teach virtually through the satellite mode. So for us, it was just nothing of a change when we look at it. But look at the far-flung corners of India, ordinary school teachers, remote places, ordinary school teachers, ordinary villages, ordinary children, they also rose to the occasion because that kind of an environmental crisis necessitated change. And people's resistance to change, which otherwise would have been if we are going to introduce virtual mode of operations and so on, if it was straight away done, there would have been more resistance. Because of this crisis, resistance, almost there's no resistance. People are openly accepting it. That way, I think we are also faced with the crisis that AI is imposing. Some economists say that it will create jobs. equal number of people or equally intense is the other side which say jobs will cease to exist. I'm not a technical expert or an economics person to say which side I should stand by, but that's the fear. But the fact that many of these IT firms are retrenching or have cut down their staff strength and so on has made it now open to the world that things how it is going to happen. So Railways as an organization, when it goes into the AI mode, will have to address this fear, but also recognizing that people are maybe more willing to understand what the organization may be saying, which is a positive thing. And when Mr. Satya met me, he asked me, what can we do about an organization of the mammoth scale of railways? What's a model that you can suggest to me with respect to change management? My frank answer was, there is no one model. There is no one model of change management that can really guide a mammoth organization like the railways to deal with the massive change. Maybe there are other speakers also who I think there is a session itself on change management. There could be differing views, but personally I think there is no one model that can really be an overarching model. But does that mean that management as a discipline, as a practice, as a consulting profession and so on is helpless and incompetent? The answer is no. Which means there is an approach. The approach is a process approach, a grand process approach within which there would be multi-layered processes. And then depending on what the situation is or the context is or the issue is or the domain is or the need is, appropriate models will have to be picked up. So it has to be a totally very dynamic change process. To look for one grand model that will enable an organization to plan this change is not there in my view or reasonable understanding. And rather than that, the process needs to be really seriously, intensely engaged with and then look for models within that. John P. Cotter is supposed to, is fairly recognized, or widely recognized, not fairly, widely recognized as the one who really gave many models of change management and so on. Within the time, few minutes more available, I will not get into those details. But then, one of the first things that he says is about urgency for change. And when we look at the urgency of change, AI is banging on our doors. Citizens know it. There is the urgency from the citizen side because they are also seeing worldwide through YouTube and other telecasts. They know how, say, the Deutsche Bahn IC runs or the Chinese and the Shinkansen in Japan and all run. So there is the citizen urgency, a feel of urgency. At the same time, the fear of what might otherwise happen with respect to jobs and so on. There is also the safety urgency. When AI can really bring in safety to very high levels, there is a safety urgency. And these kinds of urgencies, there is also the comparative and competitive urgency because, as I said earlier, like the military, railways, Indian Railway also would be benchmarking against other global railways. So when others are doing it, Indian Railways have a necessity to catch up. So competitive urgency, citizen expectation urgency, and all this would enable CRIS and the railways to address this little more in a manner that you would face less resistance or likely to face less resistance if the fear part is addressed and the uncertainties are addressed appropriately. There was also the mention of writing the story of CRIS. Now, when you look at change management, if I were to speak to the same audience, say 5 years back, I would say change management as a grand story. A grand story of Indian Railways or the grand story of General Electric or the grand story of Infosys. Today's change management, particularly with AI, cannot be a grand story. That grand story period is the grand story of the organization, grand story of Jack Welch as the legendary CEO, or the grand story of, say, Narayan Murthy or J.R.D. Tata as industrial visionaries. Today, in this evolving world, and with AI, a grand story will not hold. It should be multiple stories. My story, your story, the story of a station master, the story of a key man, who walks those rails, checking for any defect, the story of maybe a signal person, and even the story of a remote, a lady or a youngster in a remote part of this country who, when the MD was speaking about Bhashini, will be able to interact with the big organization, Indian Railways, through the language that he or she speaks, and book a ticket even in Vande Bharat and enjoy that, or make use of that facilities and travel from one place to another. So it is the story of that lady or that youngster with dream who goes from a remote place in Bihar to Bombay for an interview, or the story of a station master who felt just a cog in the wheel, or traditionally, or the story of a keyman, or anyone, or a mechanic. So it should be multiple stories. And that's the challenge that CRIS and railways will face, in my view, when you are encountering this change of AI. The grand story time is over. How do we create these multiple stories? The loco pilot should understand that AI is going to benefit him or her to be safe and to do his work effectively and safely. The station master should be able to narrate his or her story of how crowds may develop, and he or she will be able to avoid a crisis or something like that. So it should be. So when we are looking at change management forward in this era and for AI and with an organization like AI, it should be an era, or the approach should be of multiple stories, not one grand story, which was quite fine, I would say, even till about 5 to 8 years back. And finally, one aspect about CRIS. CRIS is also, as an organization, you should be evolving. So far, you have had so many successes. And now, when you are also faced with this uncertainty of the AI and what all things to do, I do not know your internal structure, but perhaps you may also be wanting to look at your structure as a hybrid structure. On one side, where you focus on your products that are stably run and should be run, and on the other side, dealing with newer and evolving technologies and challenges. In hybrid structures, the first one is organized and structured. The structure and processes and the systems are a little different from the way the second one is structured and the processes happen there. Maybe a hybrid structure even for CRIS, in case that is either maybe existing in certain form, it may have to be strengthened, or if it is not there, it may have to be thought about maybe to bring that in. And to leave with just one or two thoughts more, maybe, I'm not sure whether that's appropriate or a proper suggestion, maybe CRIS and the railways could think in terms of a railway institute of intelligence, where almost every aspect of what does this AI mean to anyone, right from the lowermost person to the topmost person in the organization, appropriately design programs and knowledge transfer, awareness building, skill development, and all those kinds of training that we have talked about, particularly with respect to, because I do not think that if you go to conventional institutions, you may be able to get that kind of input in a very, very organized and focused manner. This is just a thought. And Indian Army or Indian Armed Forces we know, is going for theaterization. In a sense, railways always had theaterization. You had your zonal organization, you had your DRM, divisional setup, zonal. In a sense, it's a kind of theater. The theaterization of armed forces is different from the theaterization of railways. Perhaps the concept of theaterization which armed forces in India are moving towards may have certain lessons for railways. And I would also believe that maybe the armed forces can also perhaps have some lessons from the rich way in which railways have been organizing and operating for the last century plus in India. So finally, when I talked about the stories, and when it is my story, when it is your story, when it is everyone's story within the organization, and when we also bring in this our citizens from every part of this country, it becomes our story. It becomes the Indian story. And may CRIS in the years to come, and our Indian railways, it's ours. Every one of us as ownership of that, and may CRIS on behalf of Indian Railways and Indian Railways in itself be able to look forward to the AI era. As I said, none of us know how it is going to evolve in a very exact way, but we have to face it. We cannot run away from it. May CRIS and Railways be able to face that on behalf of our entire nation and write a marvelous story. But as I said, not just one marvelous story, multiple stories of people within, and for us as Indians, a great story for ourselves. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think that was one of the most engaging talks we had. I mean, starting from symbolic reality and going through the Don Quixote quotes of how to meet change, to the militaries of the world, the GMTs, the fear of obsolescence and the fear of facing any change. And the most important perhaps is about multiple stories. I think that is something which, whatever we try to do, it ultimately, it boils down to the person on the field how he adopts and adapts the technology what you're developing. It can't be the GE type of a story, and it needs to actually adapt to, in the Indian context, with multiple levels of functions which are there. You know, operations, track, signal, traction. You need to cater to each one of these stories at that level. Thank you, Professor. I think that was wonderful. I mean, I can only say that it has been one of the very best. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Sri Balaji Tyagarajan. He is the Chief Product and Technology Officer of Flipkart, and Sri Balaji will be talking on the application of AI in transforming of e-commerce. And I'm sure we are in for an equally engaging talk by Sri Balaji. I mean, he's the Chief Product and Technology Officer at Flipkart with over 25 years of global technology leadership across multinationals like Google, Microsoft, Uber, and Yahoo. He's a pioneer in AI, cloud computing, and large-scale digital platforms. He's driving Flipkart's AI-first technology strategy and innovation agenda. He holds multiple US patents and is recognized for building high-impact, scalable, and technology products. Sri Balaji. Yeah, just give you a minute because both the speakers, as I mentioned, they have to catch the flights back. I mean, so I'll request MF ma'am, please, if you can felicitate the speakers who need to leave, ma'am.
I request MF ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Tapan Sahu with a memento. Also requesting MD sir to please felicitate Professor MP Gupta, Director, IIM Lucknow.
Where is Dr. Gupta? I think he is not here. Next,
I request Professor Unnikrishnan Nair, IIM Kozhikode, to please come up to the dais. Requesting MD sir to please felicitate sir.
ask MD sir to felicitate MF.
I request MD sir to please felicitate MF ma'am with a planter and a memento.
Proceedings से start हो जाएगी उसमें. You can put.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. You can carry on.
Hi, good afternoon. First, like to thank Satya for inviting Flipkart to this esteemed conference to be able to talk to this audience of leaders who are leading information technology at a scale and in a material way that is one of a kind in the world. Starting from 1853, when the first train ran in Bombay, from Boribandar to Thane to where you are today, Indian Railways has been the backbone of transportation in India for several years. And I myself have been a recipient of it from the time that I grew up in Bombay. And I do remember the time when my dad used to actually go to Victoria Terminus Station and sleep overnight for a ticket, right? Whether it was Dadar Express or Jayanti Janta, I'm from South India. To today, with CRIS, where these things are so seamless and much, much, much easier than ever before, right? What CRIS has done in the last 40 years is not only amazing, it has actually moved the needle in terms of the imagination of the Indian diaspora and the ecosystem, that we in India can do something that can move the needle in such a material way that the experience of what should have been 100 years ago is achieved in a very short amount of time. And we are here now, not only to take the mantle of leadership, but continue to innovate on top of this. So congratulate CRS for its 40th anniversary. So, I'm here to talk a little bit about, Flipkart's e-commerce journey, how we are looking at AI. And there are a lot of parallels, right, in terms of, how we see that happening at CRIS and some of the, the scale-related, challenges that we have had and how we looked at it and how CRIS has looked at it, and probably close out with the opportunity that CRIS has in front of it, to actually not only innovate, but actually make a tech brand in India led by the government of India. Can you imagine that when that happens? The whole world is going to look back and say,
this is what India can do. And having been an experiential customer of the Indian Railways with a network this wide and this deep, I hope that day comes when this organization is looked upon as a brand that has built technology at scale, at an intelligence level that is bar none in the transportation and logistics of the Indian diaspora and at the macroeconomics of the world in general. So thank you so much for what CRIS has already done. So, for those who are not aware of Flipkart, if you're not aware, I'm going to be really disappointed. But Flipkart is the largest e-commerce company made in India, made for India, built in India. Today, Flipkart has 48 to 49% market share in the e-commerce retail business. The total addressable market share, the nearest competitor is at least 50% of our size, if not lesser than that, bar none, including any names that you can think about, including global brands. We have 150 million products in our catalog, 150 million. We touch every single pin code in India, 22,000 of them. We run the largest logistics company in India and probably at a worldwide scale in terms of unit volumes. We started with serving the heartland of India, tier 2, tier 3 customers. That's where we started. Folks sitting in Delhi, folks sitting from the big cities of India who have come here to attend this conference and this meeting, I would urge you, please download the Flipkart app. Please download Flipkart Minutes. We have 1,000 stores across India and growing. And if you cannot get anything personally, please reach out to me personally because I look at escalations almost every day. We want to serve our customers across the board, and we want to be the #1 e-commerce customer experience in India for everybody across the diaspora, whether it is it is women, whether it is children, whether it's aspiring Gen Z, whether it is my tata who is 105 years old, whoever, everybody needs to use Flipkart in a way that they actually like it because we build the best product out there. So how does this all come together from a scale perspective? Flipkart is all about scale. It's all about making sure we can reach our customers, we can provide our customers the best experience. And when I look at what the information systems department here in Central Railways is doing, there are a lot of parallels. First is scale. We touch 500 million customers and we want to reach the next billion. Railways probably is much ahead of that already, right? Touching every single individual in this country. We think about speed and quality of service. Railways is also thinking about that all the time. A lot of changes have been coming through, especially in the railways with Vande Bharat and all the new trains that are coming through with the experience. And also now helping a lot of us imagine that, maybe I don't need to really catch a plane. We are almost there with railways, right? In the trunk cities, which are 4 or 5 hours away, I don't think about taking a plane anymore. I think about taking Vande Bharat or one of Shatabdis or one of those trains. And again, this is congratulations to the informational system that has been built in addition to, of course, to the logistics and the infrastructure that railways has pushed together. So again, congratulations to you. So when we thought about building, our e-commerce platform and how technology is going to drive it, of course, consumer behavior, understanding consumer behavior, making that experience really easy for them, understanding our seller ecosystem. We operate a digital marketplace, right? So we have sellers and customers on both sides of the house. How do we think about it? And at the fundamental thing that we started building upon, which is our currency, is data. 18 years of being in business, being the largest e-commerce company in India, we have a good understanding of customer behavior. A parallel to that is 173 plus years of being operating in India as a service for pretty much every nook and cranny of India. The railway information systems has the ability to do that better than any company in the world or any system in the world. 1.4 billion people having used the system. Data is currency. Data is the lifeblood of everything that AI and intelligence will ever do. So, the data that CRIS has and will have continuing growing on a day-to-day basis is such a foundational thing that without it, nothing can be done. A lot of companies actually crave for this kind of data, right? So you already have the foundations to build a great, technology, organization, and customer experience. So we start with data. Now, on top of data, what are the applications of it, right? Again, parallels between Flipkart and, railways, consumer experience, right? You are already on the journey. You have made, reservations much more easier than ever it was before. The Rail One app that you have released has got massive adoption. I was looking at some of the things that you do in the Rail One app, being able to kind of predict, where my family member is, at what location, automatically tracking it through the app, geolocation-based tracking. These are fantastic innovations. Again, it's all about data at that point in time, and you're streaming data into the app, so that is fantastic. Now, in terms of consumer experience, where do we see AI starting to move the needle? One is conversational commerce, right? So what is happening is interaction with our application is moving from transactional interaction to intent-based interaction. So transactional interaction could be, I want to buy milk. I want to buy the shoes with this specific brand for this specific size. It is moving away from there to, I'm thinking of wanting to buy, a raincoat because I want to go to Goa during the rainy season, something like that. So they start at a very generic level. Similarly, when you're thinking about travel, the same things apply, right? I'm thinking about going to, Northeast India, or I'm thinking about going to Jaipur, and this is my budget, this is my timing, this is how I think about it, this is the size of my family, tell me the best options. So experience on the customer side can move from just transactional to looking for a specific train with a specific number to having a conversation in the app. So that's one place where the Rail One apps and other apps can already move. The second piece of customer interaction, as you talk about moving from transactional to intent-led conversations, is actually voice. India is probably the most diverse country in the world, multitude of languages, multitudes of slangs, multitudes of interspersing of languages between English and Hindi and what have you. And that is another opportunity to innovate. Voice-based interactions is something that we see in our e-commerce system becoming very, very, very important. Especially when I look at my tier 2, tier 3 customer, it is that mother who is actually running the family. She's responsible for the finances. She's responsible for making sure that everything works. By the way, I applaud all the homemakers, not only in this room, but anywhere else in the world. It is the toughest job, not going to work. It is the toughest job. And, keeping that home running and being responsible for the holistic, a dimensionality of, to keep it running smooth. This is my customer. She might not be educated, but she is very, very, very emotionally, relevant, very, very clear about what the family needs are, very focused. Again, might not know English, right? With AI, we don't need to miss that bus. You can use conversational interaction to actually move it. Same thing applies to CRIS, right? And all your applications that you're building. Now, how do we make it easy for our sellers? Again, from an experience perspective. Again, sellers, our goal at Flipkart is to basically free and enable every single seller to sell their wares and goods across India and maybe over time even internationally. So somebody sitting in Jaipur doing pottery can now have customers buying their wares in Delhi or Tamil Nadu or wherever else they are, which was not possible before in a non-digital ecosystem, right? Now, similarly, when we think about, railways has got probably the largest connectivity ecosystem. The freight business that is being built, the freight corridors that is being built, that's also the backbone for Flipkart to actually move a lot of things, right? So when we talk about that, how does your B2B ecosystem get enabled to connect the mesh of India in a very material way? And for that, understanding the logistics and the intelligence and the demand forecasting starts to become very important. So at Flipkart, we spend a lot of time on retail planning and demand forecasting. Something similar can also apply, right, in the railways to manage demand forecasting and logistics, especially on the B2B side of the business, but also the consumer side of the business when you're looking at capacity planning with the number of trains and the wagons and the engine capacity and the drivers and everything that you have. So that is the second piece. The third piece that we talk about is governance and safety. Right, on top of data, we talked about customer, we talked about seller, now we talk about safety. Now, safety is a very, very important aspect for us in e-commerce because you want to show products that look as real as possible to what you're actually going to buy. We do not want to show you products that looks very interesting to you on the app, but when you see it in person, it's very different. Similar things apply, right, in railways. What is going to be our experience when you ride this train? What is going to be the food going to look like when I buy food? What's going to happen to the experience when I get off the train to connect from the train to wherever I need to go using an auto rickshaw or whatever? These are all what we call, in our world, we call it video commerce. So user-generated content and the ability to influence users is also becoming a very, very important piece. We call it content-led commerce. Content-led experiences also can become very, very important in the commercial sector for railways. So as you keep on start building all this stuff, the biggest thing that everybody has to think of operating at scale, including railways, is do you have the infrastructure? Do you have the technology infrastructure to build it? Right, what is happening with AI is GPU infrastructure is becoming probably the biggest bottleneck. And tokens is the new currency, that you have to pay for. So in that world, how is, the question to ask is, how is railways going to become strategically autonomous, right, in terms of building artificial intelligence foundational layers? Today, you might say that I'm going to use an LLM model like Gemini or Anthropic or OpenAI or what have you. Is that what you're going to continue to do, right? How are you going to innovate on top of that, or how are you going to use open source models to actually build your intelligence? Now, this is a very open question. It's a very, very open debate for an organization that is serving pretty much all of India at a macro level, bar none in the world. This question is going to come back to you very, very quickly as to what is going to be your AI infrastructure strategy in terms of model building and driving model intelligence. I don't think there's a clear answer yet, but this is something to be thought through. This is something to be debated internally, because at some point in time, everybody needs some level of strategic autonomy, because if you do not have that strategic autonomy, you're not only going to be not competitive, the threat of not being able to have access to the technology is going to be an issue, right? This is happening in multiple ways, shapes, and forms. We do not know how it is going to evolve, but here is an opportunity for us at Flipkart, and probably also for the railways organization, to start innovating as to what does sovereignty mean in this world when it comes to owning the intelligence layers. Question not answered yet. We are all working towards it. There are multiple companies trying to work on it. India in that AI race has some work to do. We are definitely behind. But given the data that railways has, this is another area that you can really push on, right? And so, as you start imagining all the capabilities driven by data, whether it is consumer experience, whether it is your suppliers, whether it is your logistics, whether it is optimization, whether it is safety, and whether it is actually owning the infrastructure for strategic autonomies, I leave you with the thought that one of the founders of our nation, a father of our nation, said, "Be the change that you want to see," right? And we took it at Flipkart, and we kind of extended it a little bit more, which applies to also all of you, is predict the future by inventing it, right? If you think about it that way, I'm sure that railways as an organization will be not only the leading organization in terms of providing transportation logistics, but also can be a technology company that is going to build thought leadership and lead India, to realize the 2047 Viksit Bharat vision that all of us collectively have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Balaji ji. I think that was, again, one of the most electric insights we got. I mean, especially the various fields in which AI is being used and the possibilities that exist in railway in terms of consumer experience, seller experience, governance, safety, as well as the infra. I mean, these are things which we are still yet to find an answer, and I'm sure through such collaborations and such meetings and exchange of ideas, we will come to some sort of conclusions in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request...
Here's my engineer who handles the ticketing system.
I request Sashank sir to please felicitate Shri Balaji Tyagarajan, Chief Product and Technology Officer, Flipkart. May we please have a big round of applause?
Pennet Marana.
I request Professor Sabyasachi Sinha, IIM Lucknow, Professor Ashneet Kaur, ISB Mohali, and Shri Himanshu Priyadarshi, Partner and Associate Director, BCG, to please come up to the dais.
We'll straight away start the next session, which is on theme organizing and leading in an AI first world. First of all, I'd like to introduce Professor Sabyasachi Sinha. Professor is from IIM Lucknow. He's a professor of strategic management at IIM Lucknow with a fellow PhD from IIM Ahmedabad. He's a former strategy and marketing professional at Nestle and 3M. His expertise includes corporate strategy, innovation, technology management, and organizational change. He has received several national and international awards for his research in strategic management. Professor Sinha.
Yeah, I can start talking and then you can put it up on the stuff.
So you have shared it with me?
Yeah, I've shared.
He's not reached yet.
I think it's just a couple of minutes.
So we'll see.
Yeah, it's there, huh? Ankur, it's there. So very good afternoon to all of you, and so all my co-speakers on the dais and delegates from Indian Railways and CRIS. First of all, a very heartfelt thank you to Satya for giving this opportunity to talk and interact with you. As already rest of the others have already shared, Indian Railways already runs through your fond memories. I mean, if you think of any interesting nostalgia of your childhood memories of going to your nani place or dada place or mamaji's place, Indian Railways was the mode. And then the moment you get onto the trains, you get all those memories back in you. And even when I'm speaking as of now, you start getting those goosebumps as you get that nostalgia in your head. So what I would start with is see that as Indians, right now we are talking about Viksit Bharat. If you go back to pre-47 era, 1947, Indian Railways was one of the important, technology to bring the entire India together. So we are today talking about Ek Bharat. This Ek Bharat was essentially primarily caused by Indian Railways. And I think when we are talking about becoming Vishwaguru and trying to build India at a position of national competitive advantage, I think again Indian Railways, now powered by CRIS, is going to play a very, very critical and important role to build the competitive advantage as a nation and allow India to get itself positioned onto the platform of becoming a guru for the world. So while a couple of my other co-speakers were talking earlier, they mentioned that when Professor Nair was talking about, he mentioned that way back in 80s, when many other organizations across the world had not got digitized, including companies like GE, Indian Railways took up a very important hybrid format of getting organized by creating an organization called CRIS, which is already a matured, grown-up family man, right? At 40 plus, you become a family man. I'm already a matured family man. But then, I think that itself calls for that this family man should now have a CRIS kind of a child already in place. If it is already not there, then it is, so when I say CRIS kind of a child means, now CRIS should have a, child CRIS, so that what CRIS did for Indian Railways, now that child can do for CRIS and then via to Indian Railways. So I'm talking about restructuring the organization in order to do that new things that CRIS had earlier done for Indian Railways to be done by CRIS, new child for CRIS. So the topic that I'm trying to deal with is technology adoption and change management in the age of AI. Yeah, PPT. So as it is getting connected, first of all, let me tell you that when we are talking about AI and AI implementation, the first and important part is that it is not an IT project. Earlier, all the digitization activities which was happening, obviously none of these are not an IT project, but even for AI, it becomes even more important. It's not an IT project, it's more of a transformation. And when we are talking about this transformation, therefore, I would like to design my talk as how would this technology-led or AI-led transformation be like? Rather than specifically focusing only on AI, like any other technology introduction, AI being a much more complex technology and therefore having a higher amount of complexity inbuilt in it, is going to demand the same kind of changes which any other technology-led transformation requires. So if you see that when we talk about technology transformation, it is essentially not only a function of technology, but a function of technology, people, structure, process, and governance. And therefore, the topic on which we are discussing and sharing our thoughts today, therefore, can be broken down very easily into two primary conundrums. I will focus on two primary conundrums, which is the technology adoption conundrum, and the second is the governance conundrum. So when we are talking about that how can we make this AI get implemented well, only talking about AI is not going to make AI get implemented well. So what are the different things that we have to look into? We have to look into people aspects, which Professor Nair very interestingly shared through this metaphor of people stories, right? So again, that would be becoming very, very important. We have to look into the processes and structure of the organization. So when we are talking about AI implementation or any other technology implementation, especially complex technologies getting implemented, it is very hard to get that implemented. It is very hard to get that implemented. It works. It's working. Okay. So it's very hard to get it implemented without taking care of rest of the others. So as I said that it's a function of multiple things. Only doing technology is not going to make it happen. So if you do the technology part, probably the engineering is there, but the rest of the other, if it misses, then the impact that we were talking about, so your, one of the three boxes that you have mentioned here, AI for impact, probably that impact doesn't happen. So if that impact has to happen, then rest of the levers also needs to be taken care of. So the two conundrum that I want to focus primarily upon is the technology adoption conundrum and the governance conundrum. So let me first start with governance conundrum because, and then I again wrap it back with the governance conundrum. So I have packaged it like a sandwich, starting with governance, ending with governance, and in between we'll talk about the technology adoption. Interesting discussions going around Ram Mandir. We don't want to get into that kind of a governance structure. But when I'm talking about, but that doesn't remove the story of when we are talking about governance, I think this concept of Ram Rajya is the ultimate state of good governance. So when we talk about Ram Rajya, what does it mean essentially? What it means essentially, that is it really creating impact for the Rajya of Ram and for the Rajyavasis of Ram? So when I say Rajyavasi, what does it essentially mean? That all the critical stakeholders which Ram caters to. However, that also needs that the performance, financial performance of the organization, organizational performance of the organization, the tax collection of the organization, in your case, or Indian Railways, the profit of the organization, that also needs to be taken care of. So whether that impact is actually happening or not is to be decided by the governance structures which gets created. And therefore, it cannot happen without, again, really caring for the people for whom it is meant for, without really creating benefits for the stakeholders whom it is meant for, and certainly without creating benefit for the primary shareholder whom it is meant for. So in this case, if it is Indian Railways or Indian government, they have to get benefited out of it. The people at large of India has to get benefited out of it. And for that benefit to happen, without the proper kind of governance structures, when we say governance structures, it's about the structuring of the organization, the process of the organization, the controls and systems of the organization. If that is not changed, then AI implementation alone cannot make the impact happen. So let's move to the technology conundrum now. Let us try and understand, for a technology to get impacted, it has to cover a part of the journey. And you see that technology here is one of the pieces. So you get an idea that, okay, see, using technology, we are going to solve these problems. And then that technology has to be adopted by the different people's stories that Professor Nair was talking about. There are multiple peoples in different parts of the organization, at different layers of the organization. And very interestingly, it's not that so far they had no technology. The primary definition of technology is how do we do the work? And in this case, you already had a lot of digitization and other technology which were used for automation and rest of the other things. So when we are saying that we are now implementing AI and want AI and we want to become a learning system, it means all of them who are operating at multiple layers of the organization, and many of them may not be so intelligent, so to say, we are asking them to transform certainly from what they were doing all this far. They had taken a lot of effort to get change to those things. Some of them may need to continue on some of those things and also start doing something else. And therefore, when we are trying to drive these kind of technology adoption, including AI, which will be needed if we want a large-scale adoption, and if we want to have AI really create impact at multiple levels of the organization, it needs to ask a question, what are the different problems that we are trying to solve? And whose pain are we trying to solve? So obviously, one of the pains that we are trying to solve is of the customers. One of the pains that we are trying to solve is of that what are the different kind of performance impact that we are trying to achieve. At a broader level, these performance impacts primarily are problems of not the middle managers and the people who are working at the bottom. It is primarily the top level management who wants these performance impact to happen, and because they are answerable to whoever they are responsible to. But when we are talking about adoption by the middle and the bottom, this is not their pain. And therefore, we have to also make the technology get into such kind of a design where these adopters find it more as a fit rather than a misfit. So can we also think of the design in a manner that it leads to a smiling faces for all these adopters than a very, very boring and dispassionate face? Because you're a bureaucratic organization, they will not say no to it. So I had a talk with Satya and then said, see, we are very, very bureaucratic and obviously we are very disciplined. So they will not say no to you. But you know that when you have a lot of grudges and discomfort, while doing that adoption, you will also not completely mentally adopt it 100%. And when you're not going to adopt it 100%, the impact is obviously not going to be 100%. So let us try and see why mind plays a game with us when we try to adopt anything new. So let's go and try and understand that when I'm trying to adopt something, I'm making a choice to shift from something to something else. And there, it is very difficult to adopt a new thing because I have a bias and love for what I was already doing. And let us see what kind of things can happen. I'll not get into the details of this. This is just to show you that there is a lot of science behind why somebody resists new adoption. It's not just their disconnect with you. So for example, that there is something called basal ganglia, there is something called, so let me show it more as a network of wires rather than going into these languages. This I decided to put it up so that you know that there's much larger medical science behind it. So brain is primarily like a bundle of wires with certain nodes. And when we start doing something, the wires learn that this is the way to operate. Now when we are suddenly asking the brain to change, then the whole network needs to be forgotten and a new network needs to be established. And the brain is designed, because again, an organization like railways, it's not just about learning certain things at certain part of the organizations. You're mapping point to point that whether the train was supposed to reach in 1 hour, is it reaching in 1 hour or not? And that means it has to operate with high efficiency. When you say high efficiency means it has to flow all those signals in a myelinated set of neurons. Myelinated neurons means a neuron with insulation. Now when that has happened, for that neuron to completely learn a new thing, which means shift from one kind of technology to another kind of technology, it is going to resist like hell. And therefore, because most of you are, I'm assuming, are sitting in more of the senior kind of positions, when the bottom of you resist and takes time to adopt, have empathy, and have this realization that this is normal. Resisting to change is absolutely normal. Changing very easily is the abnormal event. So if you're trying to manage an abnormal event, you have to take an abnormal effort and have an abnormal patience and wait till it really happens. Okay? And just to bring a few more things, many of you are engineers, so I thought to bring also a little bit of physics rather than only biology. You know, every state of matter tries to maintain its natural state. So if water's natural state is liquid, you have to take an abnormal effort to get it converted into ice or to vapor. So this is again to just bring a little more patience in your effort when you're doing all these implementation of change management, including AI. And in fact, putting the engineering piece is much easier than doing the other pieces of the equation that I mentioned. And that would require a lot of patience on your part. Now we are talking about a special case of Indian Railways, and you see that all of you have worked in multiple levels, and you'll probably agree that much of the levels that you operate, while I was just coming up, I was reminded, and I always give this example because the places where we teach, they do not really understand PSU and government settings. So I give them some clippings of, there was a series which came up and which I really liked, absolutely, a fantastic series called Railwayman. And that gives you a sense that the kind of dedication with which personals from Indian Railways work in, and that also highlights the point which is mentioned here, that also highlights the point which was mentioned here, that this is moving in all ulta direction.
So that highlights the point which is mentioned here, that most of the people, and for most of the times, operate in emergency context. And when you operate in emergency context, then you have higher neural stress. And that creates a situation where you are likely to resist even more. Because that, and some of the primary purpose which many of the personals in Indian Railways will be serving would be very, very critical. And in those kind of situations and high pressure operations, it is very, very normal biologically that they would resist to change. Now, so far I have essentially advocated that, see, that it is very, very normal that people will change. But again, that many of your engineers, you would have come through several engineering entrance exams, though not trained the quota way. You were trained primarily through a much more rigorous way. If I give you those same exams, I'm sure many of you would not be able to do it unless you have maintained that practice on. So what does that tell you? That while the brain resists, if the brain stops doing that for a significant period of time, then the connections always, it loosens. So it's, in fact, because I use these kind of mechanisms to explain change management, that also helps you to understand that AI, though we are celebrating AI, it is still far away from anything closer to human brain. And one of the aspects that AI has not naturally learned so far so well is to forget things which are not really required. And that is why we are crazily running after data centers, worried about how these data centers will lead to water depletion and create sustainability problems, but that's a different story altogether. So what I'm talking about, that the beauty of the brain is, it tries to resist what it has very, so it has taken a lot of effort to build over a long period of time, but it also knows how to forget it if it is given a certain kind of a situation and a kind of a mechanism. So let us try to see what can help us to move from resistance to adoption. First of all, that again, as people mostly sitting in senior layers, it is very important, as I had already mentioned, that you empathize with the adopters. Don't see it only as an engineering design. See it as a design to change the system. And when we are talking about system, means there are multiple nodes. And each of these nodes are operating not only for the organization, each of these nodes are operating also for their own personal reasons. At a professional level, at a personal level. Now, if these are not accounted for when we are designing systems, including AI systems, then AI adoption will become a little more difficult than otherwise. Now, there are some proven models. Obviously, because of lack of time, we cannot get into details of it. But I'll show you a couple of models which we use to design systems which are likely to be more effective than less effective. Again, I'll just draw from what Professor Nair was talking about, that it is not about a particular framework, but processes. So I'm showing a couple of processes through which we can make AI or any other technology get adopted in a manner that it creates more impact. So first of all, we should really spend some time to understand the problem rather than hurry to solve the problem. So in the world of startups, you have brought about this word called hustle. And that hustle brings up a lot of hurry. I would say it's good to hustle at a later state of implementation, but not to hustle a lot at the earlier stage of implementation. So I teach innovation. And interestingly, I also come from a place called Lucknow. As of now, I'm staying in Lucknow for 15 years. constraints which we have. And then again, I'm also advocating that there has to be a lot of iterations involving a lot of stakeholders, and then again gradually test and roll out with multiple testings being done by different kind of stakeholders. The second is that again in a system of Indian Railways, I would say that adopting some of these principles that we are talking about, that it has to be done again, and you have this principle of Lucknow-based cooking that I'm mentioning. Okay, it has to be nudge of old habits and move to gradually the new habits, especially when you are rolling out for people who are in emergency roles and who have been habituated for very high efficiency. Suddenly it is not very easy for them to shift from an existing system to a new system, especially when multiple systems are already in operations. Okay, so that would need that you position the technology as a solution for the adopter's pain, rather than push from management. Second is you need to have micro-habit digitization process. You need to get them tested in low-stress windows first, and then put it into high-stress windows, and try and find out some early adopters who are deviants, and then use them as champions to roll out for rest of the others. And a last important point is that you use small hills to be celebrated a lot among the people who have to be adopted and presented by the people who have already adopted it. Now that has to be then topped by a lot of changes at senior management level, which is structural changes, process changes, cultural and mindset changes, and leadership changes. So the last two slides, I'm almost towards the end of the slide, and therefore again I'm coming to a little more top level governance kind of issues. The reason I'm using images, because these images should stay in your head, right? So 3 images that I mentioned, those images should stay in your head. Now because we are talking about AI, we are talking about innovation, we are talking about rolling out technology, again I would say that to me, and I come from strategy, good strategy is about staying balanced in your governance mechanism, in your overall managing of the whole strategy affair. So far I have been talking about more of the Brahma activity. What I think most of the organizations are not very good at when they are rolling out Brahma activities, also to continuously do Shiva activity. What is the Shiva activity? Is the killing activity, because if you do not kill along with creating, that increases the stress on people, because they have to do all those dual jobs. That also increases the stress of NPA in the organization. So please remember to do Shiva activity along with the Brahma activity. Now most of you are again trained very well on the Vishnu activity. So therefore when we are rolling out AI, when we are rolling out innovation, let us not necessarily convert everybody into Brahma activity. Let us maintain some zone of Vishnu activity on, and those who are not able to transform into Brahma activity, not decelerate them. So essentially saying a combination of all these 3 is going to create good impact either through AI implementation or otherwise. When we are talking about balance, it is also important to bring about the other gender. And when I'm saying other gender, again I'm saying visually, but bringing different other aspects of governance. That when we are talking about AI, we have to constantly map, is it creating good cash flows, is it creating good efficiency? And AI is a learning system. So it has to be also constantly measured. Are you using AI to create a better learning organization? Does every unit of the organization now draws more from the other part of the organization? Is AI helping you to connect better with the other organization outside Indian Railways? Okay, and during all this process, let us not forget to be more empathetic to people through whom we are rolling out this. So let me finish the talk with the last sentence, that let's use AI to transform, to delight the stakeholders, to proceed towards Ram Rajya and Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think change and change management, the obstacles, the neuroplasticity, I think that will stay for a long, with most of us, as well as the techniques you mentioned. I mean, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar, I think it is very much relevant to us in terms of while we continue to develop new products, the old needs to give way to, and then you need to go find the right balance. With that, now we'll move to Sri Himanshu Priyadarshi. He is a partner and associate director, BCG. And Himanshu is from the Boston Consultant Group with over 20 years of experience in leadership, organizational transformation, and workforce strategy. He advises global CEOs and CHROs on AI-driven enterprise transformation, leadership development, and future-ready organizations. He has led capability building initiatives across industries and governments, helping organizations navigate the transition to intelligent enterprises. Sri Himanshu, it's a privilege that you are here.
Yes, can we just bring it up? Yeah.
Next.
Do I just move next? Yes, okay. So I think it was one of the US leaders who once said, jokingly, right, that consultants are people who cannot speak without slides. So you will have to wait for my slides to come before I start speaking, on a lighter note. But seriously, as in, a lot of effort has gone into the slides, so we will just bring them up. I think it will give you some visual reference to what I'm talking about. Till the time we take some time for the slides to come, first of all, congratulations everyone on your 41st Foundation Day. GVL sir, thank you so much for having me here. I think it's important that you guys, I will let you in on a secret, right? I know leaders are essentially not people who seek a lot of credit, but my conversation with GVL sir was happening yesterday at 10:30 in the night. So a lot of effort goes into organizing something like this, at least across multiple leaders. So a round of applause for him. There were some surprises at 2 o'clock as well, is what sir is saying. As you go through the day, I think the lineup of the speakers and the wisdom is such that you will get a lot of things to think about. And I think it's incumbent on you to take a few things that you will start doing differently from tomorrow, right? Otherwise, bringing everybody together for this opportunity would not mean as much, right? I wanted to start, and give me just a second while I figure this out. Yeah? Does anyone know a reference to this diagram? As in, if you look closely, you will see the answer. But have you seen this diagram before? No one? Okay. This is, ladies and gentlemen, what is in our world in organizational design called as the first modern organizational chart. And apparently, this is a gift given to us by railways as well. So what you're looking at here, and I will, if technology works and I'm able to get to the next slide. So created by a gentleman called Daniel McCullum. Mr. McCullum was the general superintendent for the New York and Erie railway system. And he was trying to solve a problem. Essentially what he was looking at was conventional wisdom will tell that shorter lines should have higher cost versus longer lines, right? Because economies of scale and whatnot. For the New York and Erie railway system, it was just the opposite. So longer lines were costing them more. So he wanted to plot those lines and see who are the people responsible at different stages. And this is not just an organizational chart. It's also came up with its own set of management principles of of holding people accountable at different stages, matching authority, daily and hourly telegraph reports. So in a way, a gift to modern organizational theory, we are students of it, came from the railways. What is surprising though is we have taken something so beautiful and turned it into the ugly org charts that you see in terms of boxes and arrows today. Hopefully we can get to something like this. What would this mean? Now, if I transition, because what I do is I work at the cross-section of leadership and org design, and the questions that are being asked of us is how will the organization need to be structured differently when it comes to being an AI-first organization. A little bit of an anecdote from my personal experience about 2 years ago, at least in India, everybody was still talking about, Himanshu, is this real, right? Or is it one of those fashion statements that come like agile ways of working, and then slowly starts fading away? I think over the last 2 years, it's now established that this is real. And it's not going away anywhere. In fact, the conversations have now moved from is AI real to how do I use it to create impact? And more importantly, what are the ways of working that we need to bring in our organizations to make this work? Because buying tools or creating tools is easy, but having people adopt those tools and working with them is difficult. The key shifts, as you see here, I would say, as in I don't have a number, but a lot of organizations are still stuck with what is called AI enhanced. So you would see that AI is being added on top of existing work. And most organizations are still using AI for work substitution. And I'm sure a lot of you have already started using different models for substituting your own work. The shift now needs to go from work substitution to workflow substitution. So the thinking has to move from, and I will use a poor example. I'm not a railway expert by any stretch of imagination, but if you think about, say, freight optimization, and if you put that in a value chain, and you say, okay, from a customer's perspective, it's booking, it's collection, it's packaging and loading, thereafter it's the transportation, once the transportation has happened, it's then unloading and delivery. Where is it that we can use AI intelligently to make that piece of work smarter, instead of just using AI for substituting my own work as an individual? So that's a key shift that AI-first organizations are making. AI-enhanced organization, people are still at the core. AI-first organizations, agents are now at the core of getting work done. So that shift has already started to happen. So agents are now executing a lot of complex, with high autonomy work, longer horizons work as well, as in agents themselves take a day or two to give you the output. So that is a sign of whether you're using AI in its most prominent way or not. If the agent is giving you an output in 15 minutes, you are still using AI for work substitution, not workflow substitution. IT as a support functions versus IT as a growth lever. So those are some of the shifts that I see in my work with clients, and I was a little scared because my clients were there just before this one. So like, how much can I share versus not was a question. So we work with both Maruti and Flipkart. This is just a simple slide, as in, don't go by the maths of it, but what we are essentially saying is what Professor Unnikrishnan said, that AI is banging at your door. I would build on it, and based on my own experience, I will say AI is not just banging at your door. AI is in the room, and it has a seat at the table. And everybody is taking it very, very seriously. Yeah? And you can see the organizations that are taking it seriously have already started to make tangible difference in how they run their operations. What does this mean from a design perspective? Traditional organizations, and not to say every organization, a lot of organizations, at least not the big ones. I think most big organizations have already moved to being digitally enhanced almost a decade ago. But traditional organizations, the MSMEs, are still, core processes are primarily built around people. That has now transitioned to being digitally enhanced organization where core processes are built around people, but supplemented by digital tools and AI tools. AI-first organizations, though, are now transitioning to core outcomes are being delivered by agentic AI. And humans are being used to maintain and shape, take decisions, take a look at the AI output and say, hey, does this work in my context? Is this output a good output or a bad output? So humans apply judgment. That's the transitions that we are seeing in AI-first organizations. In fact, on the previous slide, the number is about 5% of the organization have been able to capture some of the value that we talk about here. So there is a lot of white space and a lot needs to be done in terms of transitioning to becoming an AI-first organization. Ladies and gentlemen, from a design perspective, traditional organizations, and we have something called our own org builder, so you just put the HRIS data in a system, and it tells us how many layers are there in the organization and whatnot. Most organizations typically will give you a diamond shape. So a little fat on the managerial bit, and then and then thin towards the bottom and thin towards the top of the organization. Now, again, I'm not talking about levels here. I'm talking about layers in the organization. And there is a difference, right? You can have E1, E2, E3, E4, which are levels, but you can have a E1 report to the MD of the organization, which is layer, right? Digitally enhanced organization have now become about 7 layers organization. Why are layers important? Layers decide the distance of the leaders in the organization from the end customer. And traditional wisdom is the closer the leadership is to the end customer, the more sense they have of what's going on the ground. Digitally enhanced or have now moved to 7, and they're typically a pyramid. That in itself, by the way, is quite a transition, as in not a lot of organization when we put the data in look like that. But AI-first organizations are already moving to 5 or less layers. You will also see that the shape is kind of changing to an arc rather than a pyramid. Why? Because a lot of workload that was previously being done by humans can now be done by what you see in the blue color, which is agents. So agents are able to do that. Now, of course, the question remains, what do we do with additional capacity? And different organizations have different approaches. I think Professor Unnikrishnan also touched about the fact that what does it mean in terms of job losses? I think your organization is one organization that should not worry about it a lot. You have, from what I understand, 60 to 70% concentration of engineers and technologists. And you will be the one leading at the forefront of the transition that Indian Railways will go through. You are essentially the technology leaders for Indian Railways. And this is just to kind of give you a visual of how we see teams in AI-first organization kind of getting reorchestrated. So you will see a lot of, at the bottom layer, you see the execution layer. And in the execution layer, again, you see a bunch of agents. This is a real-life example from an energy retail client, right? So power sector, tariffs, what you're looking at is how they manage their smart tariff messaging to gain a greater share of wallet for customers. So at the execution layer, you see tariff agent, personalization agents, and you see traditional roles. Then you see the human orchestrator who is making decisions based on what the output is coming out, and you have a leadership, and you have an agent in boardrooms as well now. So that's the leadership agent. I think Professor Sinha has already stole my thunder in terms of this particular slide because he has talked about it quite eloquently. There are a couple of things to highlight here, ladies and gentlemen. One is AI is not just a technology question. It is also primarily a people and culture question. So you can solve the technology foundation, which in itself is difficult, but very, very within reach. But you also have to think about how will my structures and roles evolve? What will my organization look like? What does agent-human collaboration mean at a team level? You will have to think about talents and capabilities. Sorry. What are the AI skills that you're building for, right? And we at BCG have a full approach to this. And again, if memory serves me right, because there are 7 or 8, you're talking about governing AI, you're talking about enabling AI, which essentially remains an HR function in terms of building those capabilities. You're also talking about using AI and then building AI, then integrating AI and innovating AI. So that's a spectrum of capabilities and skills that you need in the organization. Culture and purpose, I think, often left out because it's very soft and warm, fuzzy things to talk about. But if there is one thing that the one thing that I have seen from my own personal experience in terms of organizations that are leading the way and organizations that are falling behind, it's the culture of continuous learning. If as a leader, you have stopped learning, then there are 2 challenges. One, you have stopped learning and hence the teachability kind of, you yourself are not improving every day. The good thing about AI is none of it was taught to us in school curriculum. So a lot of you, everybody starts at the same place, barring the technologists in the room who already have a leg ahead because you understand the granular details. But learnability is one of those factors that if there is one thing you remember from this conversation, it will be that, and I think Ashneet will talk about it in more detail. And then governance and steering, which is essentially about how do you govern AI? How do you look at the output and say this is the right set of output? Yesterday I was in a board meeting and I can't give you the name of the organization, but I do want to share this because I think this is very important. A lot of us may think that somehow the private sector has a copyright on the innovation that they will make through AI. And of course, it's true that the constraints are less. The data is much more open. It's shared across the organization, et cetera, et cetera. But I can tell you that one of your peers in a different sector has now successfully built their own small language model, nearing large language model capabilities. Their constraint was that because they work in the financial sector, they cannot, there was a lot of apprehension from the RBI to use all financial data together with what are frontier models from the US, right? So Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, even if it was the enterprise version of it, with all its security layers. So the organization did not want the two to talk to each other. They had the audacity to say, okay, if we can't use that, we will build our own. So innovation here is not just being led by the private sector. It's being squarely led by public sector, people like you. And that's the final thought that I wanted to leave you with. Thank you for listening, and all the best.
Thanks, Himanshuji. I think that was uh, a consultant's talk based on a lot of years of experience in the industry, and I'm sure it would have left most of us enriched in terms of structured thinking. Yeah. Now I would call on Dr. Ashneet Kaur. Ma'am is from ISB Mohali. I think I need to get my... Ma'am is an assistant professor of organizational behavior at ISB, holds a PhD from IIM Ahmedabad and specializes in strategic HRM, AI in people systems, organizational agility, and digital transformation. With experience across academia, consulting, and industry, including projects with McKinsey and Deloitte, she helps organizations build future-ready leadership and workforce capabilities. Professor Ashneet.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know all of you are feeling sleepy, at the same time hungry, because it's the time of the day when our stomach tells that it's time for the lunch. So I will not take a lot of time. Interestingly, when we are talking about agility, being adaptive, I am just trying to be adaptive here because there was initial discussion that I would rather be attending to questions, but because I have not got any presentation, it would be a good idea to take a Q&A sort of an approach. But I thought let's go with the typical approach or the conventional approach that we are doing since morning. And let me talk about very important 3 points that should be the part of our key takeaways when it comes to artificial intelligence. And since morning, we have been extensively talking about that. So I don't have a lot of things left to talk about. That's an interesting part. But I will touch upon some of those constructs because I was making notes and I figured out that there are 3 elements that we did not touch upon. And I would like to throw some light on those elements. The number 1 aspect, while we are talking about artificial intelligence at depth, we have to understand the element of people that we are continuously focusing on, which is the element of people to be more agile. And when we are asking people to be more agile, what is in it for them to be agile? In a private organization, we understand that incentives and everything else are aligned in terms of being agile. But what is in it for you to be agile? For that specifically, since morning, we have talked about the history of CRIS. We've spoken about how you all have been able to contribute back to this particular institute through the waves of change. There have been instances, for example, there were a conversation about globalization, the conversation about the internet bubble, the conversation related to COVID, and for that matter, all of these things have been undergoing some of those unprecedented factors of the VUCA world that we are always confused what's going to come next. So one thing that becomes a savior for all of us is the mindset. The mindset to be able to be more strong, to be able to accept to the change and being agile in terms of we are looking at this specific change coming in various different forms. And when we say agile, there are 3 main factors to being agile. That number 1 aspect is the element of the individual. The individual needs to have the learning agility to be able to say that we are ready. And when we say we are ready, when do we say we are ready? When we know about that change a lot more in depth. For that, definitely trainings become extremely important. And in the morning, there was an emphasis on this aspect that trainings are very much core nature of how CRIS has been operating over the years. So now, I've gathered from people around here is that there have been trainings undergoing with IITs, with the best of the institutes to make you ready for the change that's going to come. That requires your specific involvement to be able to say that, yes, we are ready to make the change in our existing skill set to become more capable enough to be able to say that we are not scared of the change that's coming, first of all. So that's number 1 aspect of an individual where your skills and capabilities need to be ready. 1, on the level of training ground that is being facilitated by the institute to you, or on your personal level when you are undergoing specific courses or the conversation for that matter, attending today's session where different perspectives are coming in front of you to tell you that what other organizations or institutes are doing, what can we learn from them. So that's the first very important element of working on self. Next comes the second part of it, is working in collaboration with the team through cross-functional activities. It's always a matter of pride for us to talk about expertise we have in our own domain. But it's always a good idea to learn, to evolve, to being more agile in terms of what other functions are doing. For that specifically, it's always a great approach that is proven over the years that when we collaborate, work with different cross functions, not only within our specific institutes, but other stakeholders who are also adapting to change, is to co-work with them and being more agile to be able to see that what the best practices they are adopting and what are the best practices we can take from them. And for that, specifically, if I have to elaborate and talk about some of the examples that are right in front of us and we use it, that's in our pocket, the phones, the smartphones are we always carry wherever we go, and there are many applications that are coming on a daily basis which are telling us that there's so many different vendors, so many different organizations, institutes working every day to be able to reach to you. And same, that specific thing requires you to be understanding what customers are wanting on a regular basis. One example that comes to my mind is the example of UPI. UPI, if you think about it, we have always been learning from Western economies. But UPI set an example, a precedence that India can also have its own innovation in place. And our innovation will create examples for other, and there have been various contracts or conversations going on with countries all over the world, how we can be providing the UPI services and facilities to all across the different parts of the world. What does it dictate? It dictates that we have been able to build on our competencies, been able to create that substantial level of impact. Now other countries want to learn from us. So that's the inter-country collaboration that's happening, and so as collaboration happening in various different capacities. So we definitely have the ability to create impact worldwide. That's about on the team's level, on the level at which we can learn from other institutes and other institutes are learning from us. Then comes the third and the most critical aspect of what we call it as the leadership. And there was one of the discussion that was going on during the break time, and I could quickly recall why it is so difficult to individual level, everybody is adapting and trying to change. At teams level, people are trying to learn from each other. But at the leadership level, there is a limited capacity that we have. And when we have limited capacity, no matter how much ever we want to change, the biggest problem encountered by us as leaders, and all of you are leaders in your own respective teams, is that we have limited bandwidth. Limited bandwidth to do so many things, which is what we call it as a leadership paradox that become very much part of our conundrum that we have been talking about, that how do we dedicate time to not only do strategic thinking, and also think about the present. So this paradox of meeting the present requirements and being able to cater to the future needs require your bandwidth. And we are always crunch on the bandwidth, we never have abundant time. So how do we go about navigating this as leaders? We all want to be thought leaders, we all want to bring in change, but what is in it for us to be able to do that more efficiently? That's where the leaders have to think through the system, which I typically call it as the mini cultures that you have to curate. That means there might not be monetary incentives all the way for all the type of tasks that you're doing. There has to be some non-monetary aspects of your job which needs to be appreciated, not only by you, but also by your team members. One simple example to that is the listening. One of my research papers, we found out that when superior listens to the subordinate feels more valued. And that has nothing to do with the monetary benefits being allocated within the organization. It is in isolation, irrespective of not having monetary benefits. The people who feel valued to be there in the organization tend to work for the organization. And that makes the job of the leader much easy, because then you can delegate your job, because you have limited time, you can delegate your job to the subordinate who will be able to pick it up for you, for the organization, so that you as a leader can manage through this paradox that exists. So on the leadership front, I am sure there are many, many problems at the integration level to the implementation level and the different kind of stakeholders that you are dealing with. And you are struggling to manage the, the responsibilities of you being expected to do a lot many things for the organization. But I am sure through creating this mini culture phenomena, you will be able to not only take the inputs of the professionals that exist out there, very competent professionals who have helped you over the years to survive through the change, to be able to do a great job through this particular change that's gonna come. Very, very strong. It's already arrived. So many organizations are already using artificial intelligence in its own way. So on that specific note, I will end what Mr. Tapan was talking about, that artificial intelligence needs to be combined with what we are calling as authentic impact. I would say it is giving an opportunity for all of us to augment the identity part also. So this artificial intelligence is also augmenting the identity that all of us currently have, and we have very much the ability to make the change in the way we exist right now. So for that, thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for converting this into a total, unstructured format for you. But I think that was, I think for the remaining sessions as well, I'll take that incremental approach. What has already been said, not to be said. And to that extent, we can perhaps compress by a factor of 10, maybe. Yeah. I once again thank all the panelists for being here and taking time out to interact with the CRIS engineers, and I'm sure that we will continue to engage in future as well and take your insights and see as to how we progress. Thank you. Yeah. Uncle, can we have the mementos? Fast. Huh? Yeah. Just hold on for a minute. Aishwarya, come. Once again, we thank the speakers. We'll just make a slight change to expedite the process. First, we'll have a talk by Shri Ranam Banerjee, and thereafter we'll have the panel. Yeah, I would, because this is a talk on the next chapter for CRIS, the value driver for railways in an agentic era. I would request Shri Ranam Banerjee to come on to the dais. Shri Banerjee has been a business leader, is currently as a government sector leader in PwC, business leader and former government sector leader at PwC with over 25 years of experience in public sector transformation, digital strategy and governance. He has advised governments and public institutions across India and internationally on technology-led transformation, infrastructure and policy, and is a recognized thought leader in digital governance. So, looking forward to your insights. Yeah.
Thank you and good afternoon. I know that we have listened to sessions and I think my previous panelists said that as consultants we can't speak without slides, but I will speak without slides. So making an exception to that. Firstly, I would like to thank CRIS for giving me this opportunity to speak in this forum and congratulate CRIS and all of you on the 41st Foundation Day. So it's a great journey that CRIS has done. And I think CRIS actually has played a foundational role on helping Indian Railways move from the manual systems that we all, at least we have experienced, to digital systems. We know that we used to stand on a platform and talk to the TTE, and the TTE would give us a reservation slip and allot a seat to us. So from there to where we are, it's a great thing. The other thing that we should all appreciate is that the scale that CRIS handles, scale as well as the speed and the volume and the intensity and the ambition of the intensity of transactions that we have. So therefore, I don't think that the next chapter for CRIS will be defined by adding more and more technology that you've already done. But it will be about how you move now railways from a digital railways to intelligent railways. And I think that's the movement that we are talking about. And I think AI and emerging tech is very, very important from that aspect. So the question that we need to ask is how emerging tech, like AI, and of course there are many more tech, can help Indian Railways become safer, faster, more reliable, more responsive, and more citizen-focused. So this shift from digital to intelligent, we know that for many years, digital meant converting or transforming our manual operations into software systems. Now that journey has already happened for railways. Most of the systems are digital now. And we may be experiencing as normal citizens only the reservation part of it, but we know that most of the systems are digital. CRIS today supports large national systems for not only reservation, but train inquiry, freight operations, grievance handling, crew management, payroll processing for such a large workforce, HR, and a wide range of maintenance and asset-related functions. And CRIS is not new to AI. We have some insights, and we know that CRIS has already identified technologies and is adopting AI, machine learning, big data, business intelligence, cloud, IoT. All these are already being done by CRIS. So it is not new. It is not about, I think CRIS is not afraid of AI, because the presentations that we were looking at, CRIS has already adopted it. So CRIS is not away from it. CRIS is actually adopting it and probably ahead of many organizations. While we are talking about where to adopt, what to do, you're already doing it. So congratulations on that. I think the next step, therefore, what will be the next step, therefore? Now, we know that many public systems are digitally mature. They have become mature. UPI is very mature. Our NPCI is very mature. The railway systems are very mature. But many of them still operate as separate applications and separate workflows. In future, the value that CRIS could add to railways will come from AI providing the insights from one part of the network to another part. For example, there could be a maintenance alert given by an IoT system. Now that should not remain isolated within just the maintenance system or one application. Over time, it has to inform the inspection priorities, that why did this alert come? So do the inspection priorities need to change? Do the operational planning need to change? Do we need to change resource deployment? and how do we ensure service continuity. Therefore, one alert from one system has to talk across the workflows. And this is where I think AI, and more so agentic AI, that my peer from BCG talked about, can transform the railway from a digital enterprise into a more intelligent public network. Now coming to where AI can matter most for railways, and I understand CRIS is already doing many of this. This is not new. Now if you look at the passenger and customer service side of it, I know that you're already exploring many use cases. Waitlist confirmation probability, passenger demand forecasting, and of course the multilingual AI and your MOU with Vasini that has just started. Now the next step, what could be the next step in this? Now next step would be a more integrated, say a passenger assistant that will help a traveler. We'll look at it as a persona of a traveler who is helped across the journey by understanding a request made once. I think the CTO of Flipkart mentioned this, that it is getting more from transactional to conversational. So how do we get into conversational when a passenger makes a query? So that's the movement, that's the next one. Now if you look at the function of train running, punctuality, freight operations, now CRIS is already, I know that we are exploring congestion predicting, expected time of arrival of trains, improvement for the NTES, you do punctuality hotspot analysis, freight demand forecasting, better use of locos and crew, empty rake utilization. So these are already you are doing. It's not that you have not adopted, you have not embraced this new technology. So the next step will not be better dashboards. No, that's not the next step. It will be for AI systems that can connect your forecasting for all these things with a coordinated workflow which will highlight the conflicts between the workflows. It will recommend routing or sequencing of options, suggest resource deployment, and continuously update the planners on what is the network condition change. Because if there is a signal being picked up in one of the workflows, as I mentioned, it has to inform all this. So this, you're doing all this. It is the next step that we are talking about. The next is, of course, if you go to maintenance, reliability and safety. Now that's the most important area, and the guardrails of using AI, agentic AI, etc., has to be really, really high. Now we know that CRIS is already exploring failure prediction, health scoring, maintenance exception detection, overdue alerting, predictive track maintenance, signaling telecom, asset monitoring, overhead equipment, predictive maintenance, and of course energy forecasting also, because you are a big consumer. Railways is a big consumer of energy. Now this is also one of the most promising areas for the next generation of AI, because you have 40 years of context, and if you are following the latest AI and the discussions around AI, people are saying that organizations, the core of getting the value out of AI is to put the context. And you have 40 years of context with you. And that could be applied and leveraged. Therefore, if we move to the grievance handling and public responsiveness, again, CRIS is already exploring automatic routing, complaint classification. I think MD sir mentioned that already we have achieved 90% plus kind of accuracy in that. So that is already there. So what would be next step? Now next step would be again a more intelligent public service layer that can summarize complaints, identify patterns across locations or services. But it is very important that the guardrails in this are very, very high, because the fairness and reviewability has to be extremely high in this area of work. Now, if we move to security and situational awareness, again, you are already considering crowd density detection, unattended baggage alerting, driver assistance, early object detection on tracks, etc. This is already being done. You are doing it. But over time, the new technology, agentic and the AI, could help to bring together your video feeds, your sensor feeds, the IoTs, and the operational feeds into one coordinated platform which will strengthen early warning and support faster coordination in the event something goes wrong. Next, if we taking all this together, all the various functions I have covered, if we take all this, then the possible trajectory you will get to move from a digital railways to an intelligent railway. Now, the most important thing is that we are talking about railways here. Here, safety is very important, is paramount. Therefore, governance has to come before scale, before we adopt these things at scale. The question, therefore, is what we should allow AI to do and what we should not. And that's the deliberation that has to happen. Now, what could be the framework of thinking to this? The framework is essentially that the best candidates where you can possibly have adoption, higher adoption is where you have high volume, repeatable, structured tasks, where speed and consistency matter, and this technology can help in that. The second bucket of tasks that we have to put where humans need to be in control. And third, of course, where safeguards can't be compromised. Now, I'll give you a small example of where governance can go wrong. And this is not to criticize anything, but I think we as speakers, all our offices sent text for our profiles. And I think that the department used AI to summarize those. And if you read the folder, it says against my name, government sector leader, but when you go to the description, it says former government sector leader. I was quite worried that maybe there was a message from my organization that I've lost my position, I've become former. So that's the guardrail. So we cannot miss on guardrails when we are adopting AI, and we have to be extremely, extremely alert, and we cannot miss that. But it is not, and I think we talked a lot about organization, and actually the real transformation is going to be organizational. It is not about technology. Technology will be accessible to everybody. So organizational transformation has to happen. It is not about new models. It is a story about institutions, workflows, data quality, interoperability, leadership and governance. And I think somebody mentioned about listening. I think Ashneet mentioned about listening and giving value to teams. And I saw that in demonstration on stage. I think when Mr. Sadhya was felicitating the speakers, he was always calling in one of his colleagues and making him or her felicitate. It is a very powerful message. It is that the success of the organization is by teams. It is not by individuals. And that becomes extremely important. So if I come to a responsible view of the AI, I think we have to be realistic about the road ahead. Not every useful AI capability must be fully autonomous, and we should not do it, especially in railways. And not every promising use case should be scaled immediately. It needs to be tested. We know that in many parts of the railway system, the right path will be phased adoption, first using AI to assist, then to recommend, and only in carefully defined low-risk settings to automate limited actions with appropriate oversight, because we are dealing here with lives, and we cannot go wrong even one time. Now, I would like to just summarize that, and this is an important message, and I don't know whether it will be a controversial message, but I thought I should say this. since I've been invited here, that over 40 years you have built capability and strong capability. It's a large organization with deep technical capabilities, and we heard the number of engineers who are here. Now, given this capability, should CRIS start dreaming big? We heard that CRIS did not have any of the major IT players coming in and do anything in the railways. It was CRIS which did it. Therefore, you have the capability and you have the credential. Now, should we be using this capability and credential to think bigger, especially in the context, in the current geopolitical context, where we are talking about digital sovereignty, AI sovereignty, data sovereignty, infrastructure sovereignty? Now, can CRIS become one of the key players and beacons and take this sovereignty agenda ahead, not only for railways, but for all the public sector enterprises which manage all the critical infrastructure which are under threat in the current scenario? So can CRIS think big? And of course, when you think big, you'll need investments. We know that railways operate on thin margins, and government doesn't have unlimited resources. So can CRIS think of getting corporatized and unlock the value that you have? And I'm sure that if CRIS goes to the market as a company, you will get a huge valuation, and that value, can it be invested back for CRIS to become an independent organization and service all the critical infrastructure in India? Thank you.
Thank you for such a revolutionary thought. I think we will definitely take it forward. But I think, as I mentioned last year, in the beginning, the first 20 years were 2 applications. The last 20 years were for the remaining functions of the railway to be digitized, automated. But I think now the time has come to actually give it a thought. Thanks a lot for, a lot of suggestions in various areas, and I'm sure we will be discussing them at different forums to take them forward. I would request Anupam Basak, please. So next, we have 5 minutes for the next panel. May I request Shri Devendra Davle, Senior Executive Partner, Gartner, to come on stage, along with Shri Praful Poddar, Chief Product Officer, Ship Rocket, and Shri Mayank Chopra, Senior VP, Make My Trip. And I would request Shri Devendra ji to moderate the panel, and also giving his expertise, try to see that whatever is repeated is not... sure. Just to give the profile of the panelists, Shri Devendra is a partner at Gartner with over 28 years of experience in AI, digital strategy, and enterprise transformation. He advises boards and C-suite executives on leveraging emerging technologies to drive innovation and business value. A noted industry speaker, he regularly presents at Gartner symposiums and leading technology forums. Shri Praful Poddar is the Chief Product Officer of Ship Rocket. With over 15 years of experience in product management and digital innovation, an alumnus of IIM Kozhikode. I'm sure you must have known Professor Nair. He has held leadership roles at OLX, Snapdeal, and Deloitte. He is recognized for building large-scale digital products that have impacted over 100 million users and for driving innovation in India's e-commerce ecosystem. Shri Mayank Chopra is the Senior Vice President of Make My Trip. With over 20 years of experience in product management, marketing, business strategy, digital commerce, he has led growth across multiple consumer internet businesses, driving innovation, customer experience, and marketplace expansion. A seasoned technology and business leader is recognized for building high-growth digital products and scaling customer-centric platforms. So now I would leave it to Sri Devendra.
All right. Am I audible? Okay, so I know that you're all craving for food, which is the necessary fuel for us to go forward. What I'll try to make this is very, very crisp and very important conversation in terms of how do we do it. Like we talked about a lot about AI in terms of it's important, we should do this, and we are already doing quite a lot of things with respect to the AI, right? So I have very two senior respected leaders in the industry. They both comes from very strong product management background, right? And they both build some of the greatest products that we have, and we do kind of use them in India. So my quick question to Praful, to you is, what does it take to build great products? Like, what are the 5 things that you would like to outline to the audience here? And they all hail from a lot of technology and software engineering kind of background, right? So what 5 things that you would advise? Because, you know, AI may not necessarily be the solution for everything, right? It is an enabler. But from a team's perspective, like from a organization model point of view, like getting organized ourselves, delivering better, because typical objective of any organization is to speed up, right? To get time to value, time to market. How do I innovate faster? So this conversation, let it be more in terms of how do we do it in rather than what we should do, right? You know, from a tech perspective. So what are the 4 or 5 things that you would like to advise here, that what CRIS should do, or in general we should do to build great products?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thank you for having us on this panel. How many engineers in the house? Everyone. So I feel in very familiar territory, although I don't code myself, but I end up spending a lot of time with engineers. Just quick, context on ShipRocket. So we are a e-commerce enablement platform working with over 4 lakh SMBs in India, helping them do their e-commerce better across payment, shipping, and marketing. And as a means of doing that, we end up enabling a lot of our customers through technology, like Devendra was saying. Some principles, at least that I have learned along the way of making sure that you can build the right products. And these might sound things which we've heard before, but very difficult to execute and implement on the ground. I think first, having a deep understanding of the customer in itself, and it comes from varied sources. It could be just speaking to the customer. It could be speaking to customer-facing teams, looking at data, looking at feedback, spending time on the ground. A lot of them are harder things to do, specifically for engineers and product managers. My request and urge always to technology-oriented folks is to step out of their offices and step out of their desks and actually go and see what's happening on the ground from the products they're building. You'll be fascinated to see on how the products get used, and it's so fulfilling to see your products getting used on the ground. So that's one. I think the second one, we are in the era of speed. So I think trumping speed over quality. I think that's a philosophy that we follow, at least in sort of a startupish environment, is that, you don't want to make it perfect. I think it was Reid Hoffman, founder of LinkedIn, who said that, if you're proud of the product or the feature that you've just launched, you probably shipped too late. I think you have to get it out as soon as possible to allow it to get used by users and work with feedback. I think third is being very objective on what's happening, having a clear line of sight of what you want to achieve. One thing that I learned from one of my managers was that he would always ask me that, it's very easy to say, and from a product manager or an engineering lens to say, I don't know what's going to happen, I can't measure the impact, or I don't know how this is going to turn out. He would ask me to write down, okay, what would be best case scenario for you? What would make you happy? If you were to launch this product, this is what the outcome would make you happy. Just doing that thinking of figuring out what is going to work, just puts a lot of objectivity to what you're doing. So those are some of the principles that I feel have worked for me, at least.
Yeah, so basically I understand is go out, right? Meet your customers, get into the grinds, right, and build those journeys, etc., and then sort of build on top of it. What would be your 2 cents? I think typically, when we hear a lot of stuff like fail fast, right? In India, I haven't seen organization, especially the PSUs, right, where fail fast culture is really rewarded, right? Do we even, we sometimes, it's a zero failure culture. So from a product management perspective, when you're innovating faster with the technologies such as agentic, etc., and experimenting, I'm saying experimenting a lot. So how do we imbibe some of these principles and still succeed?
Thanks. I think first of all, good afternoon, GVL sir, and thanks for having us here. Secondly, thanks to the distinguished guest, fellow panelists, members of CRIS and the Indian Railways. Secondly, congratulations to all of you on the 41st anniversary. It's a great achievement. And those of you who don't know, Make My Trip has been partners with Indian Railways for now over 17 years. In fact, we were the first OTA to integrate with IRCTC to offer train ticketing services. So we have been consumers of your technology, which you have built, and a very robust one. So congratulations once again. Coming to your question, sir, I think in this era of agentic, what is essential, and I'll just correlate this to what CRIS does and what Make My Trip also does. We are in the same industry, moving millions of travelers every single day, right? So I think there is a fundamental shift which is ongoing. And that shift is that systems which used to just record what the user is doing are now shifting to possibly suggesting what the user should be doing next, right? That's agentic for you. And this journey, if I have to summarize, can be classified into 3 parts. The first part is what we have all seen, the traditional chatbots suggesting a few things to us. We ask them something, they respond to something. That was the last decade or so. We are currently in a phase wherein a user, and this is what we are observing on our platform as well, that users today give you an incomplete intent. For example, I want to book a hotel in Goa which has swimming pool. It's a very, very incomplete intent. There is no budget, nothing specified, right? So with this incomplete intent, how do you extract context? With that context, how do you recommend with a reason? Why am I recommending you a particular hotel is important. And it also has to follow certain constraints. So this is where we are with respect to the agentic, and finally the user does the booking and all. Where we are headed towards is agentic commerce, wherein today the action which is still being taken by user would possibly be taken in future by the agent himself, right? So this is how the evolution would be as far as consumers are concerned. And within the organization, I think and I can give you the example from a Make My Trip perspective. We have the embedded squads within each workflows, within each teams, which are governed by a central infra layer, right? So if we have, on the infra side, we have the AI infra, we have the knowledge graphs, etc. But then they are talking to the localized systems for different lobs, like trains, bus, etc. And it's all federated. So I think that's how we have started this journey, but things would evolve as we go along. So that's how I think of it.
Fair enough. So, I mean, going back to the conversation in terms of where AI should be from a principal perspective. Now, typically there are 3 spectrums, right? We can be extremely AI cautious, right? Our posture, risk posture from an AI perspective is, we could say that we are AI cautious and we will only do things which are incremental innovation, efficiency, productivity, and so that be, right? Or we could say we are AI opportunistic, where we could go more and do more, right? And take more liberties with AI. And the third is AI first, like, which is, we'll find out opportunities wherever it exists, and then we'll, the AI vantage point will apply, and then the principles of AI first. Now, in all these, the overall operating model, there's a lot of changes that happens. Like, say, for example, in AI cautious, I don't have to worry about the relationship between AI and people. Like, they are all working with AI, and including, say, for example, software engineers. Today, they are they might be using AI assistants, but tomorrow they could just have agents writing, code for them. It also then significantly shifts their role, right? As we move from cautious to first. So what have you seen such kind of impact at the moment, or observe this impact? And what's your advice on these front? Like, how should we look at the human and AI interlock and this relationship going forward, especially the as we embrace more innovation, right?
Yeah, I can share a couple of thoughts. I think it's evolving very fast, to be honest, what's happening, and not everything can be looked at with the same lens. I'll give you an example. There will be different kinds of things that you could want AI to do for you. I think first, in general, I think is to have a mindset to say, hey, can I try this with AI first? I think that is more a cultural shift, like a lot of the other speakers were saying, to have that come naturally, push yourself, and sometimes it might seem like a force fit, but it needs to be thought of. It's almost like a rule of elimination. You're trying to eliminate the use of AI rather than add it, to say, force yourself to say, hey, can this be done with AI better in any shape or form? I think the second lens is, where do you draw the line in allowing AI to take over and become autonomous? And I think that is a big function of, one, how much you trust AI to be making those decisions for you, and how critical are those. So for example, let's say a critical money flow, where you're talking about money moving through banks, etc. Will you leave it completely autonomous to AI in the first go? Probably not. So you'll have a lot of human in the loop, guardrails, access control mechanisms, etc., to be able to test, control, know, monitor very, very regularly. Versus, let's say, a product or a feature experience which is creating a video, which could, generate content on the fly. You probably, after a period of time, will want to leave it autonomous, because the risk-taking appetite is much more. So I'd encourage to look at things with a different lens for each of the, initiatives, use cases, problem statements that we're going to solve, and then figure out the risk appetite for each of those, which is one thing that we are trying to apply.
What about you,
Yeah,
Mike?
I think a very similar take. If I have to just draw a mathematical analogy to this, right? AI is not division, it's actually multiplication. So it acts as a multiplier. Just to give you some examples, like today at Make My Trip, for example, we are solving across the stages of a consumer journey, right? Right from inspiration to post-booking. Very, very good example here is that traditionally what we used to do, we used to recommend users for a particular city, right? If somebody is here in Delhi, I would just recommend him nearby getaways, and it would be same for all the users, right? But today what AI enables us to do for the same marketing guy, he can now customize, personalize the communication for every user in every smallest of the towns in the country, not only Delhi, right? So that is why I say that AI is a multiplier. It can help the same guy to operate at scale and personalize to the last mile. So in no way it seems to be replacing some humans or so, but it's a force multiplier.
Yeah, so see, that's a very interesting dimension. As you mentioned, AI is a force multiplier. So I just thought I'll also mention some aspect of AI and the jobs, which was the conversation that was happening. And while we don't come from the economics as a background where you would do typical research in terms of the impact of AI on the jobs and GDPs and so on and so forth, we come from a strong technology research, and this is what we have to say, right? So first is, AI will prosper, right? The professionals who use AI will outsmart professionals who doesn't use AI, right? Or don't use AI. Now, this applies to doctors, engineers, lawyers, everyone else, and in the room. It is rare possibility that you will lose job to AI, but it's a higher possibility you might lose it to somebody who uses AI very smartly, right? So, so that effectively means that we have to augment ourselves and champion this technology, right? And we necessarily don't see the fear. What we also see is job gains, which is a complete corollary of the conversation that we have had so far. We are saying that job gains will outpace job losses starting 2028, 2029. So the organizations who are essentially in the I would say in the garb of AI or at least in the name of AI, right sizing, they typically will rehire people at the cost of 2 times or 3 times in the next 2 to 3 years. So we are essentially saying that the new roles will be created, new jobs will be created using the AI. And the most important factor for us to really look at is 60% of the global jobs, all the jobs, like, you know, all the white collar jobs that we do, 60% of those jobs are going to get redefined. I think that is a big, big charter. And we are saying redefined, right? Not right size. And what does that mean? It essentially means redefining processes, relooking at responsibility, relooking at collaboration, cannibalization, right? And everything of all those sorts, just to make sure that when humans interlock with AI, there's a multiplying factor there and not the subtraction factor, right? And so it's not about we worrying about it, it's about us saying how do we leverage it to get 2x, 3x, 4x productivity and efficiency outcomes from it, right? So that's all I think from our side, but do you have any parking thoughts, Praful and Mayank?
No, just to add to what, sir, you were saying, I think the idea for all of us, including myself and everyone, applies to anyone who's doing anything in the world today. It's to be embracing AI rather than getting scared of it. And I can tell you from a personal example, I think there's a small inflection point. Like sometimes it seems overwhelming on all that's happening in AI and how do I keep up, and could be some element of inertia. But the moment you cross it, I think it's just so much opportunity that exists. The second thing is that there is never going to be like a AI course. Like there's no AI 101 that somebody can teach and say, hey, now I'm proficient in AI today, because it's just moving so fast. Something that you are learning today is going to get outdated in a couple of weeks' time. The only way to learn and embrace AI is something that I've learned is that you have to do it yourself. Unless you get your hands dirty, unless you try it yourself, and there will be enough and more failures going back and forth. But just spending that extra effort to becoming AI first or AI native as an individual, and then collectively as a group and as a team is where the world is headed. And I think that's what largely will define success for all of us.
No, I think that's a great point. So I'll just like to add a few learnings which we have had along this journey, which is still in the early stages. And most of you who are from the tech background would correlate to this. I think the fundamental change which we are seeing on the AI side is that the backend systems we built all this while were never supposed to be intelligent, right? They were never supposed to answer back.
Transactional.
They were all transactional record data, that's it, right? But what we are seeing now is that a user and earlier personalization stacks were just passing on a set of rules for us to display on the funnel. Yeah. But now with AI personalization, what is happening is that backend is also supposed to reason why he is recommending what he is recommending, right? So that's one observation. So our backend arc has to be reimagined over a period of time if we have to be AI compliant. The second thing, and the most critical learning, this is more from a consumer side, is that the next 200 million travelers who would enter the industry over this decade would not be English-speaking travelers. They would be digital natives. They would not speak English. And hence, the things which were spoken about in the earlier sessions, like conversation first, voice-based, multilingual flows would be very, very critical as we build our new products and features. So I think these are the two takeaways which we have over the last few years we have been building AI.
Super. So I think, that basically comes to an end of this conversation. We were given 20 minutes in, being from Gartner. We just value time.
I think that was the most efficient session so far, in terms of the value for time. And I would thank again, Mr. Devendra ji as well as Mr. Podar ji as well as the Tiwari ji for being available here. And I'm sure we'll further interact on these subjects in time to come. Now I would request the moment of presentation. Jangid.
Yeah, before we do that, I just wanted to thank my panel members. I think they've been very adaptive. I didn't mention them the topic and I just started off. And then I realized I need to sync well. Thank you so much.
Now let me round it up in 30 pages. Yeah, I think we all got the essence of what we wanted. Ronak? Yeah, please.
Thank you, everyone. Please proceed for lunch. And we will begin with our cultural event at sharp 2:30. So we know all are very excited. Thank you so much for joining us for the first session.
2:30, huh?